Welcome you to the Cook County Board of Commissioners regular meeting today, Tuesday, September 24th. And if we'd please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As we begin today, are there any adjustments to today's agenda? Any changes or adjustments to the agenda?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Is there support?
I'll support that.
Thank you, Commissioner White. We have a motion and support to approve our agenda. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. At this time, we have our public comment period. It's an opportunity for citizens to appear before the county board, and the public is welcome to address the county board on any matter of county concern. When invited to speak, please speak into the microphone we have up front at the table. Speak for clarity. Please sign in and state your name and address and the topic you're addressing. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak today for public comment? Good morning.
Good morning.
All right.
My name is John Mills, and no relation, but my brother's name is Dave.
It's a good name. It's a good name.
Yes. So thank you for allowing me to speak today. My family has owned property on Pike Lake since 1934. With the exception of a few years, someone has lived all summer long at their cabin. From my grandfather, who was a school teacher in Minneapolis, who came up with his family the day after school got out and went back the day before school began. To my parents, who spent many of their retirement summers up here, and to my wife and I, who are now spending our summers here, May through October. What draws our family to this part of the country is the nature and the outdoors. We enjoy beauty and quiet, the stars at night, and of course the aurora borealis that we've seen a lot of this summer. We hike, bike, paddleboard, kayak, canoe, and fish. All those activities have minimal impact on others. We and many of our neighbors around and near Pike Lake are deeply concerned about the proposed update to the C.J. Ramstad Trail and the detrimental impact it will have on both the environment, the quietude, and those activities that we all enjoy. At the August 27th Commissioners meeting, where Parks and Trails proposed a resolution to modify the C.J. Ramstad Master Plan, a commissioner asked the ATV Club representatives about noise. The answer given was, "I doubt anyone lives within a mile of the lake," or a mile of this trail, I'm sorry. This answer is naive and shows a lack of understanding of where the trail actually goes. By looking at the Cook County Property Tax Info website and the county mapping site and Google Maps, you will find 95 property owners and taxpayers around Avon Lake, or I'm sorry, I come from Avon Lake, around Pike Lake, who all are within 1 mile of the C.J. Ramstad Trail. And I've handed out a map to everyone of the east side and the west side of Pike Lake, and a black line that highlights where the trail is, and you can see exactly how close it comes. A couple of the properties on the west side of the lake are within 300 feet of the trail. That's a football field. That's how close it is to their property. We are not aware of any property owners or even the Pike Lake Area Association who was contacted by Parks and Trails to understand the negative impact a change in the trail would have on the residents. We hope the DNR will thoroughly assess the environmental impacts, some of which have been repeatedly pointed out in letters to the board. But what about the impact to homeowners and property owners? These owners pay taxes, they invest in the local businesses, and participate in local events and charities. There are year-round as well as many seasonal residents who call Pike Lake and their surrounding area home. Although minor compared to overall county taxes, we around the lake contribute $250,000 to the county coffers each year in property taxes. Significantly more is added to the county economy when our spending is added in, such as food, fuel, building maintenance, entertainment, and other purchases. Why were the property owners and taxpayers ignored when developing plans that will impact them? I understand the Parks and Trails is pursuing letters of support from other trail user groups, but in their haste to make the resolution happen, they and you failed to identify all of the stakeholders. These include all of the people living near the trail, whether they be at Pike Lake or other residents along the trail. In future endeavors, I urge you to understand and incorporate homeowners' input before you rush off and push the resolutions brought before this board. And I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. And again, the map shows exactly how close people are and how they will have to listen to ATVs running across that trail all summer long. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other members of the public that wish to speak this morning? Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Arvis Thompson. I live in Colville on County Road 14. I'm here to speak about some of the items on the agenda today. The first one is the artificial intelligence policy. Can the public expect that at a minimum, by adopting this, the county staff will have their workload reduced? Because as you say, it will enable computers to perform a variety of advanced functions mimicking human behavior, including the ability to see, understand, and translate spoken and written language, analyze data, make recommendations, and more. Perhaps we can even reduce staff more because of all the work that AI will accomplish. I'm not in favor of AI. Secondly, I want to talk about the Law Enforcement Center under an item called Project Understanding, pages 69-70. The county will now be hiring a construction manager. Are we again on the path of another $105,000 a year plus full-time employee? Is this going to be included if the plan is approved in the bonding so there can be an end to this position? At the August 27th Budget and Facilities meeting, a request from both Randy and Liz was made for the current square footage by department and the proposed footage for comparison. Is this available now, or when will it be? The county has a fleet of cars. In the proposed budget, a line item called mileage has a total county department cost of $304,000+. How does the use of our fleet figure into this number? How much do we allow the use of personal vehicles? Is it ever one person, one car when riding together should be required? Is it time to consider going back to the use of personal vehicles only? There are several other expenses that, standing alone in the budget, may not be significant in your eyes, but each warrants looking at. Consider giving responsibility back to each department to reduce items such as dues and subscriptions. A total line item of $53,500 plus dollars is in that item. Really? And when you look at the line items, something called other supplies and small equipment, the figures are significant, but with no detail. Everything from $3,000 in the sheriff's response budget, $9,500 in recycling, $38,000 in facilities, and $40,000 to the Y. Where's the accountability for that? Aren't you concerned with $40,000, what it actually covers? I'd like $40,000 of other and no accountability for what it's spent on. One of the, one of the things that makes me uncomfortable with the numbers in the budget is that the way expenses are labeled or identified, it's not consistent. So, like in the county board piece, there's an item called suspense dollars of $12,000. What's in suspense? Administration has a line item called staff development at $6,000. How does staff development different from training? Title only. One of the things that makes me uncomfortable with all those numbers, how can you possibly compare them when you don't have the same titles to what you're looking at? I'd like to propose a possibility. You want to reduce the budget by 4.81%, I heard. How about giving it back to the departments? They know better than anyone what they can reduce, what they really need. And begin with the county commissioners. Commissioner Mills started down that path in August 20th when he suggested scaling back on commissioners' training. Demonstrate that it's possible. You can still function very effectively as commissioners. You can make the tough choices. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that wish to speak? Any other members of the public? Are there any comments that commissioners have received or administrator from the public? All right, we'll close our public comment period and move on to our consent agenda. Are there any items a commissioner wishes to pull?
When are we doing the introduction of Brooke?
Hearing or seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Is there support?
Support.
Thank you, Commissioner Sterling. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Before we move forward to item 4, which is our resolution regarding tax abatement, we have a quick introduction from staff. Administrator York.
Indeed. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everybody. I would like to introduce the board to Brooke Lassard, our new Facilities Director. Brooke comes to us from North Shore Health. I said this in a recent radio interview. It's frequently the case that we have to find talent from our community partners, and that never feels good. But we wanted to select the best person for the job, and Brooke rose to the top. He's got really great technical skills for this position. He's also, I think he's got the ability to kind of take us in the direction that we need to go in terms of making better use of technology in the way that we manage our buildings. And I'm just really excited that he's joining us. He also has been into this community for a while, and so he has worked with Brian Silence, so he kind of has an introduction already to our buildings. He's currently working part-time last week and this week, but will be starting full-time on Monday. So, Brooke, welcome, and if you'd like to say a few words about yourself, and
Sure.
that'd be great.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess
My wife and I bought a property up here 20 years ago, so we've been a taxpayer of Cook County for a little over 20 years now, and just kind of always looked for a way to get up here, and the hospital was a way to get up, and then this position opened, and it was exciting to see all the projects and the CIP and everything that moving forward will be a lot of fun to be a part of and a lot of fun projects to get completed.
All right, well, thank you. We are just really happy to have you.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we will move on to item 4, which is our tax abatement for the Heights Apartment Project. And I believe we have some individuals here who may want to speak to the matter, so we do have microphones available if you wish to do so.
Madam Chair, I think we're happy to answer your questions.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure there was an opportunity.
Maybe, Madam Chair, if I could, just as a recap, we did hold a hearing on this abatement request last February. At that time, the board supported the abatement. At the time, the request was they didn't know what the exact terms of the abatement were going to be, and so they requested an abatement of up to $450,000 for a period up to 15 years. In the intervening time, that request has actually come down to $363,000. So, and they have received funding assistance from, well, they have a request for the revolving loan fund and from some other sources as well. But this would be an abatement for up to 15 years, and the agreement does include, as the cover sheet mentions, a look-back provision, so that the performance of the project can actually be assessed after the first year or two to see whether it is reaching stabilization, and that's defined as 90% occupancy. When that happens, there's an opportunity to look at the finances again and figure out if the full abatement is needed or if it can be reduced.
Well, I'm really appreciative, as I believe all commissioners are, that the numbers have gone down, that we have a term not to exceed 15 years, and that we are going to look back. So I think this is very, very promising. Are there any questions that commissioners have for our team from the Heights? Commissioner Wright?
This is the development fee is $50,000, which is less than this industry standard, which is 3%. What is a development fee? Who gets that?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner White. In construction projects, it's very common to have a development fee. The developer puts in a lot of work and is compensated for that via that fee. There, on this project, and that fee ranges sometime between 3 and 5% would be sort of the average. On this project, the very first part of our financial performance that we created the development fee. By the way, we are the developer. Okay. The development fee was as high as $450,000. We decided unilaterally to reduce that to $250,000 because we want the project to go, and we said we don't need this extra $200,000. Let's do it for this lower amount. Then through a complicated formula that we have with our partners, Revocity, there are 10 general partners of this deal. 7 of them are local, and 3 of them belong to this Revocity organization. The locals are doing the vast majority of the work, and it basically breaks down to about $200,000 for the locals and $50,000 for Revocity. The local GPs have agreed to defer their $200,000 until beginning year 9 because the project doesn't support paying that money up front or, upon completion of the project. So the answer to your question is that money, that $50,000 goes to our senior partner in the deal, Revocity, and they own the majority of the deal, as a matter of fact, but they're getting a small portion of the total development fee, and the rest of it will go to the local GPs, general partners, many years in the future.
And then 9 years into the future then, should the project be thriving, then how does that 200,000 come to you? Do you get to take it off of rents? I'm just curious. how-
It would be an expense that would be paid out, just like electricity or
Okay.
snow plowing or anything else. And of course, it can only be paid out if there is revenue to pay out. As an organization, we're not going to go borrow more money so we can pay ourselves. So there's a risk both in timing and in amount of that. So it's kind of it's a hypothetical number out there for the future
Okay.
that we would hope to get, but then again, the local GPs want the project to succeed, and we do not want to burden the project today with an extra cost of a couple $100,000.
And GP means general,
General partner.
General
Thank you.
partner.
Sorry.
All right, thank you. Good question.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, if not, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution granting the property tax abatement for the Heights Apartment development in Grand Marais in an amount not to exceed $363,000 for a term not to exceed 15 years.
Thank you so much. Is there support? Support. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries
opposed.
4-1. Thank you. All right. We'll move on. We're a little early, actually, for our public hearing, so we're going to have to wait because we do need to wait until 9 o'clock. Any recommendations from the board of an item that you would like to move forward? I'm looking at timing. We've got about 5 minutes.
Auditor?
That might be a great one. Thank you. Auditor Powers, would you be ready to jump ahead to item 10?
Sure.
Thank you for your flexibility.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Please
So the
cover-
first item is a revolving loan fund request for Joel St. John. This is, it's called the Mayhew Project. He owns the Mayhew Building downtown. He's proposing to build a 30,000 square foot building across from Joins. He's bought those parking lots and the other empty lots where the businesses burned a few years ago. And to build a restaurant, retail units, an event center, and lodging units. We've met on this issue a few times, revolving loan. A quorum of the committee met on Wednesday, last September 18th, and recommended approval for this loan. The request here is for a $75,000 loan for the project with a 10-year amortization schedule and a 1-year balloon payment. And the reason for that is that all the financing with the bank is not complete at this time. And so this would be, we would call this if things were not progressing in a year. We don't expect that to happen, but this would be secured then by a personal guarantee of Joel St. John and a second mortgage on one of the parking lots. And we've looked, the committee looked at personal income tax and financial statements and is satisfied that he has a very strong personal financial situation. And so we're satisfied with the personal guarantee for this $75,000 loan. All of this, of course, would be subject to county attorney creating the loan documents, personal guarantee, and the applicant would have to complete the mortgage.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Auditor Treasurer Powers?
And I'll mention too that the applicant originally was looking for 200,000, and if all goes as planned, maybe asking for that at a later time, the rest of that. So, just so you know.
But currently, this is for
Yeah,
a
this-
$75,000
And this is what the
loan.
committee approves, so.
Correct. Any other questions? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the revolving loan to Joel St. John.
Thank you, Commissioner Storley. Is there support?
I'll support that.
Thank you, Commissioner White. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item B.
Keep going? Okay.
We still got a couple
So
minutes.
this is the second quarter general fund budget report. So at 50% of the year, you would expect revenues and expenditures to be around 50%. And at this point, we see revenues at 79%, expenses at 47%, and so the net levy at the moment is about 18%. This is a modified accrual basis, meaning, the expenses early in the year that were actually last year are not included here, same with revenues. One exception is the BWCA payment. If that didn't appear here, everything would be skewed. So we're including that. They pay that so late, we wouldn't see this on our report until the end of the year. So I've included it here. So I'll just point out a few of the departments with, let's say, exceptional numbers. The 041 General Finance Administration with 158% of revenue as budgeted and 82% in expenditures. The revenue is the continued high interest rates we've seen with, these are based on the high interest rates nationally. That's going to change, but we've really benefited from that from the last couple of years. On the expense side, we pay insurance costs that aren't allocated to any particular department in this department, and those are paid in January, so the expense number is high. Under elections, the revenue and expense there primarily is the presidential primary in March, and the reimbursement from the state for that. The Sheriff's Department, the revenues are very low right now. A big part of their revenue is police amortization aid that doesn't come until December. Down in 390 Environmental Health, revenues are at 272%. That's $143,000 that we received from Lake County for the One Watershed, One Plan, and they were not able to spend all that money, so they've allocated it back to Cook County to spend. And then one correction will be coming up later. So Parks and Trails expenses are very low. Planning and zoning expenses are a little high, and that's an allocation of the Parks and Trails staff that is 50% Parks and Trails, 50% planning and zoning. That allocation has to be corrected. This isn't showing 50% of his expenses in 391, so we'll correct that. You'll see that on the next report. So both of those will be more balanced. And I think I'm going to leave it at that unless you have any questions.
Other questions for Auditor Paulers? Not, is there a motion to accept our Q2 general fund budget report?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Is there support?
Support.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. We have a motion and support to approve our general fund budget report. Any further discussion or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, and appreciate your flexibility. We'll stop at that point and move back to our bigger item, which is our 9 o'clock public hearing regarding cannabis. So just for the public and for those of you that are here for the first time today for a public hearing, I'd like to give a little background for this. In the state of Minnesota, since 2015, medical marijuana has been legal for the treatment of 9 different medical conditions, and it's considered to be one of the most restrictive medical marijuana bills in the country. Then, a few years later, in 2022, food and beverages that contain THC, which is derived from hemp, became legal in Minnesota. And packages were designed to limit the THC content to 50 milligrams total and 5 milligrams per serving. These are the products that we see in a lot of our local stores, THC beverages, gummies, things of that nature. And there are 13 different locations in Cook County which sell these products. Cannabis became legal in Minnesota a little over a year ago on August 1st of 2023, and legalized for the use, possession, and cultivation, with some laws taking effect then and a number of other laws taking effect January 1st of 2025. Minnesota law permits adults who are 21 and older to purchase up to 2 pounds of marijuana flower, 8 grams of concentrate, and 8 milligrams of infused edibles. Growing at home is permitted. You can have a total of 8 plants with no more than 4 that are flowering at once, and they have to be locked and secured. So it gives you a little bit of background on where we've come over recent years. The state of Minnesota is involved in licensing for cannabis, and this has been a kind of a confusing piece for many people, not only here in Cook County, but throughout the state of Minnesota. A county doesn't control those licenses, the state of Minnesota does. What we did is get a cannabis regulation committee together with a large number of individuals participating, representing business, education, the community, law enforcement, our county attorney, and they made a recommendation initially to the board to come forward and think about 14 different places, locales in Cook County, that could sell or grow these products. After having a couple of town halls, a couple of public hearings, and we have one today, we are looking at a little bit different ordinance. We have reduced from 14 to 7, so I want to make sure everyone is clear that the current ordinance that is being recommended is looking at 7 locations throughout the county. This parallels the number of establishments that sell alcohol. So the parallel is from alcohol to marijuana. At this point, I'm going to ask Attorney Hicken to provide any additional comments that she would like to before we open the hearing.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So I first want to note there have been some errors in the Cook County News Herald printed about the ordinance, so I want to make sure that everyone, including the public who's watching today, understands that the amended ordinance that has been published and for which the county board is holding the public hearing today, as Chair Sullivan said, is proposes a limit of 7 registrations of cannabis retail businesses in the county, distributed equally between the county of Grand Marais, the city of Grand Marais, the 3 townships, and then 3 geographically defined unorganized territories. The first version of the front page cannabis article on our cannabis ordinance referred to the original 14 that were proposed, without any reference to the fact that the board asked for a different version with fewer registrations. We asked for a correction to be printed, and then the correction that was printed actually wasn't accurate either. That one said that the board voted to recommend 7 per organized territory and 2 for the city of Grand Marais. So we're talking about 7 total in the entire county, distributed evenly among 7 geographic zones. The other thing that I've heard there's confusion out there about, and this comes from the retailers who are currently selling the lower potency THC and CBD products that Chair Sullivan talked about. Some of those retailers believe that this cannabis ordinance requires them to register if they're selling those lower potency products. To clarify, there is no registration requirement created by this ordinance for those lower potency THC and CBD products. This ordinance would require those business owners to change their practices a bit as far as where those items are placed and how they're marketed. But it does not require a registration through the county. For this public hearing, the board should consider the record to include the 3 public hearings that have already occurred in August. Were they all in August, or one was in September? But we've already heard from the public, and of course, the board chair should open for public comment today also. But you've heard a lot from the public already on this issue and from the committee, and you should be entitled to take all of that information into account when you make your decision today. And the record should reflect that your record for decision-making includes all those prior public hearings and board submissions.
And just so the public is aware, information has been collected not only at the town halls, the public hearings that we've had, but we have gotten online submissions on our county website. We had a voicemail set up to gather comments that people could leave in that fashion. And of course, as commissioners, we've all gotten a lot of information and feedback and had many discussions with our constituents. So given that, I'd like to open our public comment, or public hearing, I should say, regarding the proposed cannabis ordinance. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak this morning at our public hearing? If you could come to the microphone so we can have that as our record. Thank you.
Arvis Thompson, Colville. I'm wondering what decisions can the county make regarding the licensing? I believe I read in there that, in the draft, that it says the county shall approve. It doesn't seem to indicate that the county has any control over who is coming in requesting those retail licenses. And I haven't, as I read the materials, I don't see where there's an awful lot of choice once you decide the number of retail stores that you want, that the county has. So do you know what kind of choices you have regarding the retailers and who comes in and where they are, and if they're a Cook County resident or not a Cook County resident? I just pose that question for you because I've asked and I don't remember seeing a response.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that wish to speak this morning at our public hearing regarding cannabis? Any other members of the public? All right, we'll close our public hearing at this time and begin our discussion. Commissioner White.
Well, to that question that our community person posed, I had been thinking about that. And as you had said, we can always increase the numbers as it goes along. So we start at 7. But again, it's who decides, it will be the state that makes the decision. And we cannot say, we really don't want, we have no control over that. I'm understanding that?
That is correct.
So, and in one respect, I really doubt that there will be 7 people that want to come and open a business in Cook County. You know, it seems like we don't have the population on a steady basis to support their initial investment. So at this point, like, okay, so we can change this and we can make it be more. Why don't we start with just 1 or 2? If if I knew that our local businesses or someone who had our local businesses who have been here or want to start a business here truly and live here, would have the opportunity to be the retailers for cannabis. If we had 7, okay, but since the state is going to tell us who's coming in, that makes me very nervous. It just really does.
Other questions or comments? I think for the public, one of the important things to think back about with the input that we've had, we originally started with 14, and we brought that number down to 7. Not only because we thought 1 in each of these geographic zones would be adequate and it would parallel alcohol, but we also wanted to make sure that we're being mindful of the fact that we would have to have staff from PHHS going to each of these and conducting age checks and things of that nature. What we can control is the number that we have and the time, place, and manner. That's what's in the legislation, which we, have in this particular ordinance. But again, the number was brought down not only to parallel alcohol, but to make it reasonable for Public Health and Human Services to do the work that they would be required. Other comments?
Do we have an estimate? And then for law enforcement, is this similar to checking for tobacco consumption
That is correct.
and alcohol?
Correct.
And so how much time, do we have an idea how much time is required from not only our staff, but law enforcement to do these scheduled or random checks? Can I ask?
I have not seen any numbers. I don't believe that information was presented to the committee, but maybe Attorney Hicken, you can better address that.
So Chair Sullivan and Commissioner White, we do have Chief Deputy Leif Lundy here, and he may wish to comment. My understanding from our discussions with the Regulation Committee, which included the sheriff, is that compliance checks haven't been done for many years because the reason that was given is because of turnover and lack of staff, and which is, I think, one reason why Public Health stepped up and said we'd like to do the compliance checks, because we believe we're adequately staffed for now and we can handle that additional burden.
I'll try to respond to your question.
And for the record,
Commissioner
this is
White,
Chief
my name is
Deputy
Leif Lundy. I'm the Chief Deputy Sheriff at the Sheriff's Office. We have never done marijuana compliance purchases, obviously, as it's so recent. We have done tobacco and alcohol. How long does it take? That's a difficult question to answer because the answer involves is how thorough do you want to be? Do you want to simply do one attempted purchase at each business, or you want to do 2? Do you want to do them on different days? But to answer your question, when we would do alcohol and tobacco compliance, it would typically take a few days to do the businesses that currently exist in Cook County. So I would estimate if there were 7 marijuana sales facilities in Cook County, I would estimate that would take approximately 2 days, 2 8-hour days to do. You have to bring the people here. There's certain processes you have to go through with the people who are purchasing. Agreements, there's reports that have to be drafted afterward. I would estimate it would take 2 days.
Okay.
Thank you for that information. Appreciate it.
And could we assume that might be the same amount of time that our public health would need to invest in the same sort of compliance?
That I am not certain of. My opinion would be that might be the case, but we do have Grace Granagra here who could come forward to a microphone and potentially respond to that question. Good morning, Grace.
Hi, I would agree. We've done store audits for tobacco, and that seems like a very reasonable estimate. given what that time is. A big part of it is also travel time, because you're traveling to all the different retail locations throughout the county. I haven't done compliance checks before, but I think the work itself is similar. And so that seems like a very reasonable estimate, in my opinion.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Storley?
Yes. Well, I think we've discussed in length about the numbers. The 7 seems to be reasonable, spread out over the area. I did have one question. Can a liquor store, well, we don't know this, can a liquor store owner also have cannabis in his shop? Can you have the combination? And that's up to the state, but, you know, I didn't know what to say, so I just said, we'll look into it.
I don't think that's prohibited. I do know that the law specifically says that municipal liquor stores can also hold a license to sell cannabis. So I don't see the legislature making a different or more restrictive rule for private retailers.
I think the biggest issue for business owners who are considering this, whether it's a liquor store that is in existence now or a new business, is the cost of security. They're huge costs, and you know, it'll be up to every individual business owner as to whether they can absorb that cost.
Commissioner Sullivan, and again, our local business people have no, they have no way to get their name pulled in the lottery.
Correct. Yeah, that is a state function that's out of our control. Any other questions or discussion?
Well, as
Commissioner Storley.
Commissioner Mills and I were at the AMC and the presentation over there on cannabis, it changes. Every day, the state will give new directions, change a few things, tweak a few things. But in regards to forming of our committee and what we have done, we are miles ahead of many, many counties in Minnesota, and I'm very pleased about that. Because anybody that put a moratorium on till the end of the year, they got a lot of peddling to do, because we need to be ready for this. So I'm very pleased that we are where we are.
I would agree. Commissioner Mills?
Yeah, and just kind of going off of Commissioner Storley's comments about the AMC conference too, and it ties in with Commissioner White's concerns and all of our concerns just about the local businesses versus outside businesses. And I haven't seen anything official, but the talk that I was hearing at the conference was around this issue was that when there are multiple applicants vying for limited licenses, I was getting the impression that the state is going to be leaning on localities for guidance on that selection. But again, there's nothing written. I haven't seen it, but that was kind of what I was picking up, which is, I think, great. But until we see it, it's talk, right? So,
And that might have been last week and today's
yeah,
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And I had done some research on this, and indeed, Cook County needs to be commended for the proactive research and discussions that have taken place in lieu of a moratorium, because the primary reason the moratorium, they said that they hadn't done anything, so they couldn't make any decisions yet. And I thought, yeah, I'm going to go.
They're waiting to use our stuff.
Yeah. So for all those people in our county who spent the time on the coming up with this proposal, they did a lot of work. I'm aware of that and appreciate it.
Absolutely. Other questions or comments? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to enact Cook County Ordinance 66.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Or do we first need to close something, or is everything in order?
We'd close the public hearing.
Okay.
Is there a support?
Madam Chair, I'll support, but I believe Attorney Hicken wanted us to add that we also conducted 3 public meetings in the resolution.
Okay. So we
So
would add to
amended,
that?
so amended, yeah.
Thank you. So we have a motion and support. Anything additional? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Appreciate all the input and all the hard work for those people that have contributed to the committee and all those citizens that provided input as well. Thank you. All right, we will move on to item 6, which is our master plan for the Cook County Courthouse and Community Center. Administrator York.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a few words about the process that we undertook over the last 3 months or so. I guess backing up a little bit, earlier in the year, the board directed staff to contract with BKV Group to do a master planning process for the law enforcement center and the courts, to try to address safety and security issues and also come up with additional space because we are really crowded here at the courthouse. Out of that process came a plan that included the addition to the Law Enforcement Center, which is the next agenda item, and also a proposed judicial center, which the board decided it did not want to move forward on. After that, we explored some other options, and there started to be some momentum around the idea of looking at the community center site as a place for adding office space. One of the key drivers behind that decision by the board is that that building is already on our dedicated fiber loop. So we have dedicated fiber that serves our key buildings, including the courthouse, the community center, YMCA, highway campus, and law enforcement center. And the advantage of proposing construction of a new facility adjacent to one of those buildings is that the technology problem is a lot easier to solve. And so after the board decided not to move forward on the judicial center, we started having conversations about the possibility of renovating the community center and adding some space up there. And so the board directed me to get a proposal from BKV to undertake another master planning process, looking at the community center and also looking at what would become of the courthouse once that new space were available. And so that was the process that we conducted over the last 3 months. I should mention the stakeholders that were involved in these discussions included department heads, county staff. We had Commissioner White, who was part of that process as well. And then we also involved Soil and Water because they're one of the agencies. They're not a county department, but they are certainly a county partner, and they are currently officed here in the courthouse. So we wanted to make sure that they were part of that discussion as well. And so over the last 3 months, we undertook a master planning process to look at possibilities for adding space and addressing some of the safety and security concerns in our current court facilities. And that's what you're going to hear about today. And I just want to note for the public's information that a master plan is not an architectural drawing. It is a very preliminary concept of how these space needs could be addressed. The other thing is that the board today is not being asked to approve investment in any of the proposed project. It's really just to accept the report from BKV Group and acknowledge that they have completed their scope of work. And I'll just say, I've said this before, but I'll say it again, they have been really great to work with. They've been responsive, they've listened to all of us. They've asked good questions, and they have developed plans that really reflect the conversations that we've had. So I just want to say thank you to both BKV Group and Architecture Advantage out of Duluth, who've done some really excellent work for the county. I appreciate that a lot. And with that, I guess I will stop and turn it over to Henry Pittner from BKV and Shane Neese from Architecture Advantage.
Great, thank you. All right, showing up on your screens?
Indeed.
Yes, it is.
All
Thank
right,
you.
we're in good shape here. So James just took care of my whole introduction to all of it, so.
Sorry, Henry.
We'll move, no, this is good. We'll move right on to it. So part of it was our scope of work that you had approved for us to look at. So we did an initial building assessment of the community center to be sure that your investment in the roofing was a good investment. And we had determined and sent you a letter saying that, yes, it would be. Issues we had found at that point were the north wall of the community center and the water issues there, but there are solutions to that we've developed with these concepts as we went through there. And of course, looking at the space needs that are required for now and the future as we come through developing the master plan for that building, and then kind of the project and schedule and cost piece. So those are all consistent as you look at the other one. Then for public health and human services, then the same thing. Space needs, we did assess their current location and the amount of staff that you have, where it might go in the future as we go forth with that. We did find that they are 2 to 3 people to an office right now in their current locations, which is not suitable, and for their operations overall, and then thoughts of how it might grow in the future potentially. And then again, kind of looking, our task was to look not just at the community center, but to look at this building to see if it was viable to put an addition on this building to expand out, their operations out that way. And then for this building, we really started with the idea of courthouse security overall, and looking at what items would need to change appropriately to meet the state standards for security for courthouses, and then all the components within the courthouse with that. And then, as James had mentioned, if public health moved out of the building, how would you infill that area? And we used the first study that we had done that had the Judicial Center program. So all those spaces telegraphed into this building. So we knew the size and everything was appropriate for that. Then, of course, we have to develop the cost and everything with all of that. So that's kind of an explanation of what our goals were for the study. So we put it into 2 projects, and to get it done in this time frame, Shana and I kind of split kind of the work as we put it together. So the first project would be looking at the community center remodeling, along with adding an addition to the building for public health and human services. So Shane will start us off.
There we go. Okay, you can go to the next slide. So what you're seeing here is just a high-level square footage analysis of the design that we put together for this master plan. You'll see we kind of broke it out with the community center portion, which is that renovation area, and then as well as the public health and human services, which is going to be mainly the new building that would be attached to the community center. And there is some rooms as well, like some of the community rooms, which you'll see in the plan that also are in the new addition but serve the community center needs. And then we had mentioned the soils and water conservation and veteran services. Those are 2 pieces that are in the courthouse now, but need to be relocated because of some of the planning that's happening in this building. So we carved out some areas for those 2 departments. So what you'll see here is, so the first one is the overall site plan and main level floor plan. So this is showing potential ideas of ways we can accommodate parking for the community center side, as well as public and staff for the public health and human services. What we're showing here is the community center and where that link occurs. And then when we get into the second floor, there's actually two stories to the addition portion. So what you'll see here is the community center office area. One of the major issues within that building was just some of the circulation and how things were boxed away, and there's not a really good public presence. So that was one thing we really looked at when we went through with the departments of how many staff you need now, and like James mentioned, how many staff you need in the future, because we want to make sure that if we're going to do a renovation in a large addition, that we're not just planning for today, but we're planning for future years to accommodate that. Because it's always a lot more efficient to build larger now versus continually adding on later. So building that infrastructure. So here we have the community center office, so supervisor, support, intern, future, and then we move the veteran services there as well. There's a strong link between the community center and the veteran services during the programming phase. And then you'll see to the north we have, originally right now, there's just one large open area, which makes it very difficult for either private meetings or group meetings, and some of that noise privacy just does not really happen. So we ended up breaking up the curling, viewing, gathering area into its own piece, and then also some community rooms that could be broken into one large room or split into two, and then a corridor between the two. And then in the non-curling seasons, this space could also be used for community events. You can move north. It's okay. They get a little touchy when we're zoomed in. There we go.
Come on, one more try. Just a little bit.
That's okay. There we go. Perfect. So as I discussed, there's some community spaces, community center spaces that are in the new addition because there's just not enough square footage allowed in the existing building. So you'll see here in the yellow, that kind of highlights the community rooms. So we're showing a large dance area, community room space that would have a potential wood floor, kind of like the log cabin to the south. And then also another community group room within there. And then the kitchen as well, we have expanded the size of that from the original one. I know there's a lot of needs for a larger space in there and a more efficient kitchen. So that will work to serve the curling club, any parties, weddings, whatever happens in that space. It's an adequately sized kitchen for that. And then as we work our way north, we start to get into this sort of common core that we call it, and this is just really helps with space efficiency and plumbing costs, where this large block of gender-neutral adult changing station bathroom, men's, women's, and then the public wellness room, which is a mother's room, is all within this center core, which can be used by the public. It can also be used by the employees, but we also have some private bathrooms and private wellness rooms on the secure side for the community, or for the faculty and staff. So that just helps because between the regular existing building and the new addition, we would share all new plumbing in that space. And it's just because the community center one right now is just in a very odd spot, and to open up that space in the existing building, it helped to move things to a newer location to the north. So you can see Soils and Water has their own private entry off of the entry vestibule, so that they don't have to go through to the admin and fiscal area in the public health area, so they can have their own door right off the front. And then as you walk into the waiting lobby, you're greeted by the admin and fiscal reception, and we have interview intake rooms off this common core, which has private entry from the secure side and also public entry from the waiting lobby side, which is a very efficient way to do this for security reasons, also just as well as square footage reasons. So admin and fiscal is the main department down here in the northwest corner. This shows private offices, and one big theme that we've always talked about in this whole project is daylight equity. So you'll see in all the different program spaces, we always have, if we can't get all of the offices and all of the support staff cubicles daylight, what we'll see in some of these other schemes upstairs is that we will actually have the offices shifted in, the cubes on the outside, and that allows everyone to get daylight into their spaces. If you just want to move to the right a little bit. some of these gray spaces, like the conference rooms, work area, printing storage, and break room, one big thing that we always have been doing here is a lot of shared spaces and flexible spaces. So these can be shared by all the different departments. It's not just for the community center. It's not just for a certain department within PHHS. So that allows us to have a lot of flexibility with space, a lot of efficiencies with that as well, because we want to make sure that all rooms are being used at the fullest potential. And then the break room allows for interdepartmental communication and all that. And then public health is also downstairs. And one big thing there is we show the large storage to the north. There's a lot of large storage needs for car seats, strollers, things that are being sent out to the public. So that was a nice location to have it right off the weather-tight vestibule to the north for easy loading in and out. And then you'll note there is the current outhouse to the right of this building. Because we are bringing new plumbing and utilities into this new building, we thought it was a good opportunity to also budget money for adding plumbing and a sewer connection and heating and for that building.
Madam Chair, could we ask questions along the way?
Whatever you'd like, yeah.
I'm trying to visualize this. So we were talking about a new roof. I guess we wouldn't be doing that.
Nope.
If we're going to go up on the second floor, that's what you're saying? There'll be an addition on the top of the original?
No,
No.
so if you scroll down, I'll show you kind of the highlight where the existing building ends and the new building starts. So basically, right along, well, if Henry kind of show his mouse there, so right where the IT existing room there is, and it comes across, that's the existing gable roof that is to the north. And then right along this wall line, all the way across the community center, that's where the existing roof is, and that will be replaced in full. And our addition will be to the north of that and above, so it will not be, yeah, that's a better view of everything. So to the south is the existing building, and to the north is the new two-story addition.
Okay, behind it.
Behind it,
Okay.
yeah.
So then I'm visioning this goes over where the community gardens are also?
Yes.
Or is it just this side of it? Or do we take the gardens out?
It doesn't actually encroach on the community garden area, but it does go where the current old search and rescue building is, so that building would be taken out.
Okay. that's
Yeah,
it.
if you look to the
Okay.
north here, we'll show you where the gardens are in relative space. So currently, to the northeast there, so there is a portion of the community gardens that it remains, and then to add some more parking, we're just suggesting locating a portion of the community gardens to the south, so we basically just reorientate the same amount of square footage that exists, just in a different orientation.
Okay.
Part of what we looked at is the overall parking. By bringing Public Health and Human Services here, there's about 40 employees as we're projecting forward. Plus, there could be another 10 somewhere down the line, depending how things happen. But also bringing in the soils and water people and veterans. So all of a sudden, we have a whole group of people that we didn't have out here before. So we needed to have some space there. It works as a dual function, obviously with the ball fields just north of us, and then the extension of that is kind of nice because it hits the warming building pretty nicely overall with that. So I think master plan wise, we're showing a lot more than what we've priced overall, in terms of walkways and other things between all these functions, but it's part of the master planning that we did with it. So, a lot of stuff going on here.
So what I'm thinking is it will have to be the decision of how many groups from the public health would be going over there, which would then create, like if the Veterans Service go over there, we have a little office space here now. So what you do over there will create more spaces here. And how do we juggle all that? So that's a future consideration.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And when you add the addition on above the present community center at the curling level, so are they going to have windows on the street side? Or how does that work for them to work in an enclosed area?
So nothing on top of the existing community
No.
center, so that'll be good. But we will have windows above, and as Shane was mentioning, the daylight equity, we definitely concentrated on that. So The people on the south end will have, will get to see a little bit of roof, but they do have equity in light coming from the east and the west also. So the quality of the light is important overall. And has an impact on this building too, as we looked at.
Right. The equity term is used quite liberally, isn't it, these days?
It is.
Including windows.
And you'll notice a lot of the core services, like storage and mechanical, are in those portions where people would not have daylight, so that's part of the strategy as well.
Right.
Commissioner
White.
Sullivan, would you explain how, this has been, Public Health and Human Services is its own defined space, that if you are in the community center, you do not have access to go into the other part of the, I mean, it's a security issue because of the IRS and what that department deals with.
Correct, yep. Yeah, so those departments back there are all secured, but the public lobby, going into the waiting lobby, that area is open for the restrooms and communication between the two. But as far as where the employees are, there is no public access.
So as I mentioned in one of my meetings, I try to get up my initials in the building somewhere as I design this thing. So there's a big H here for Henry, and that big H is the private side circulation for Public Health and Human Services. So they're completely interconnected, this floor and the floor above, connected at the employee entry that comes from the north. There's a stair and an elevator at that point. But you can see all of these components internally, including the intake interview rooms that are situated there, all kind of work, all the way down to public health, so that they're connected appropriately internally. But they do have a public face to it on those occasions that they need to have people come in. So maintaining security, we've done it in this building, and you'll see that as the next piece overall. We've taken the same basic concepts of security and applied it here. So they'll be operating differently than they do now. If you can imagine, Public Health and Human Services bring their clients to their offices inside. So in this case, every interaction with the public will be done in the interview intake rooms. So there's a level of security. You can't pass the inside door to security without having the card access being there, for example. So it limits, with your response times here being a little more difficult. You want to make everybody kind of be in one area and make sure that you know where it's happening. So duress alarms and all the other things that you would expect still occur as they do now, but it's really controlled where we do that. And so our control point is really here at this one community room. So at night, this can shut down. You still have access from the community center into that community room, for example. But all these other doors here that go back to the H are all locked up and taken care of. So there's a clear distinction between that. And then upstairs is only for staff, and we'll show you that next. Okay.
Thank you.
I see there's a dedicated dance room. Whoa.
So one of the pieces, go ahead.
Yeah, so we did have a lot of discussion about the existing log cabin and whether that would be either just kind of relocated on the site to add some more parking, or whether it was going to be staying there, being moved, and what was going to happen. So what we wanted to do is provide as much square footage as we could to a designated dance room, which would, be that wood floor type of room. So we did our best to show as much space as possible to accommodate one large area, but it's also flexible to do other functions as well.
Yeah. And then each of the community rooms are set up so that Public Health and Human Services can use it for after hours or group activities. So there's the synergy of sharing spaces is really important overall, and the same goes with the veterans office and getting them as close as we possibly could to an entrance. I've done a few of these, and, you know, they all are about my age or older. So from that, you know, standpoint, you want to be close to the handicap accessible parking that's there, and kind of make all that go. And there's a real synergy that we understand, at least, with the
Madam Chair.
community center.
Sorry to interrupt, but
Attorney Higgins.
just to avoid any confusion, the dance area is not for use by the Public Health and Human Services employees, right? That's because what you're saying is that is space that potentially might replace the space at the log cabin, which is rented by the YMCA and used for community programs like the youth dance program, right?
Correct, but
Okay.
if there was a need for that room and that size of space, anybody in the county can use any of these spaces as you would rent them out, or
Because we also rent out the center for weddings,
Yes,
private events. Yep.
exactly. So being able to have multiple venues was really important as part of being able to maximize revenues. The sizes made a big difference also in how we looked at it and oriented it. And the kitchen kind of plays a central piece within all of this, because it's accessible to the community rooms. It's directly accessible to the viewing area for the curling piece, but it also has a back door that allows it for weddings and things and other venues to bring the food out and right onto the floor with you know, a ramp and all of that, because there is an elevation change there. So it's kind of the hub of that activity overall, which is kind of nice. Yeah, sorry, I keep running all
No,
over you, Matt.
I think
So-
that's good. We'll go to the second floor.
I did want to mention one other thing. We do have this corridor on the outside of the existing arena portion. If you've been back there, it's a big hole there, and they've extended very cleverly to get rid of some of the water. The downspouts kind of extend out, but there's a big hole there. So we're essentially creating a corridor to be able to make that watertight and not have to deal with the water, and then, you know, as it comes out, we'll deal with it appropriately. Also make changes to the water that floods the skating rinks and all of that too, so that's more appropriately set up than what it is right now. So there's a lot of There's a lot of square footage there, but it also serves as the access point to the kitchen and the supplies coming in. And then we didn't mention that we have a coat or not a coat, a table and chair area here. If you've been out there, it's not in a great spot right now. And then in the summer, as they're using spaces, they're moving that out to another building. So having a dedicated room that would allow sit-up of the arena or any of these other spaces in multiple configurations for flexibility, super important overall.
Mm-hmm. And the last thing about this floor is the updating of the curling rink HVAC system. So we're proposing putting a new central hub for mechanical in the new building, because it's a lot more efficient to do new there and then tie into the existing that way, so.
All the underground stuff is good. What we understand is you're constantly replacing those units that are in there, so to make that appropriate for all the uses we're looking at, we understood that to be an important aspect of it. And then the other thing to note on the site itself is the basic configuration of the parking lot. It's not really striped, so you don't really know how much space you really have. So we using the same basic configuration that you have without changing it. we're able to put angled parking in that would be accessible from the west and coming in, and then turning it around to park again, or from the southeast corner in that entry. So it kind of defines it for the first time in a long time. So we thought that was important, but it also provided an opportunity here at the skate park to change the entrance just a little bit and kind of turn it. It's really just taking pavement away to create an area so that the parents can park their big trucks and get the bikes out and all of that good stuff. So you can see there's a little space behind it because some of those trucks just have them sitting in the back. So it helps them get to the park appropriately and separates your parking appropriately with access. We've discussed potential of a security gate back here, and then trash and recycling and all of that that would happen back there. So not fully developed yet, but the idea and the thoughts of how some of that might happen in the future were important overall. So let me slide over.
Yeah, and then the upper level, like we discussed, it has the remaining departments for Public Health and Human Services. This is a completely private level. The only way you can get up here is through the stairwells and the elevator to the north, and that is all from the secured access on the lower level. So up here we have Behavioral Health Services, Children and Family Services, Economic Assistance, and Adult and Home Community-Based Services. So you'll see here we have a lot of pink circulation, and this was one thing we discussed during design is there's a few ways you could do it. You could put blocks of cubicles sort of around the perimeter and offices on the inside, and that would allow all that daylight equity we discussed, or the idea of pulling things back, allowing for future expansion, and just gives you some breathing room for flexibility in future, as well as just wellness in the workplace, just being able to walk around to different departments and have all this great daylight filling in the spaces, which can help with energy costs as well. And then same kind of thing like downstairs, we have that center core, which has the private unisex restrooms, wellness mother's room, and then we have a storage assembly area because some of the departments discussed right now they have a really poor storage and assembly space, and they're sort of in these tucked back dark rooms putting together kits and packets for people. So now they can have this central storage but have this nice daylit area where they can interact with others as well. So basically what happens here on the south is we talked about where that roof line comes in. So we purposely put the conference rooms in these flex spaces and huddle and workroom spaces that are not someone sitting there for 8 hours a day. It's just kind of people coming in intermittently, and it's strategically placed by Economic Assistance because they have a lot of sensitive information, which they describe that they would want more private spaces for all that. So that space kind of is where the roof line comes in, where the daylight is blocked, but because of the southeast and southwest, you are still going to get lots of daylight protruding through to these spaces. So basically we have the sort of the cubicles around the perimeter and the offices more on the internal side, but everyone still gets daylight and good flow and access for their departments. And you'll see on the northeast side, we have a lot of flexibility here where it can be a very large conference room. It can be future build-out space. We know that departments, especially Behavioral Health Services, has said that they are constantly expanding their employees. So there's a lot of flexibility in this plan. Departments could be moved which way or the other. It could be done a million different ways, but the idea is that the core of the daylight equity, the circulation, and the flexibility is all there no matter how you grow or expand or change and evolve in the future. So.
Commissioner Mills.
If you had the rooms around the perimeter, how many offices would not have daylight? Because it's well, as it stands, it seems like the supervisors are on the interior, and there's daylight kind of everywhere, but there's got to be less daylight in the interior than the very exterior, somewhat. And just kind of trying to visualize if all of this was spread out around the perimeter, it almost seems like there would be windows for everyone, but is that not how it works out?
So the idea of daylight equity is a maximum of 30 feet to for an interior office. Internationally, nationally, those are the standards that provide equity. It also, in our case, also helps with the supervisory components to it. Everything we're showing is within that 30 foot. Most of it's about 24, somewhere in that range. I think the other thing to note is the operations is different in our planning than what is current. You have nonstop offices here and then multiple people in offices. So to give you the ultimate flexibility, having a core that's solid and having the exterior that's open will allow you to do whatever you need to do 20, 30, 40 years down the line, and still provides really excellent IT, for example, down the cores of these areas. So could we have gotten them all in? We showed a scheme that had a majority of that happening. Some of the conference rooms and things like that would not have had it. But, we were all over the place too early on as we looked at it, but came up with this idea. A lot of people ask about, why do we have a buffer to the windows, for example. It does increase the efficiency factor of the floor, but the thermal comfort and, again, more flexibility for the future makes that a really good situation to have overall. So yeah, I think, it still could be rearranged too, right? It's not a final document. It's just the planning concept. So if that was a direction y'all wanted to take, we'd be happy to make those changes. So not a problem.
So there is a world, or there is a schematic where it may work to have, at this stage, maybe not future flexibility, but it could work where all rooms had windows.
Correct, yeah, and I think our decision, with all the stakeholders in discussing it was, what gives you the most flexibility in the future to make changes?
Mhm.
This is the solution we came up with. But if you put offices along the walls, like doing a lot of buildings, you lose a lot of flexibility, and
Yeah.
And that's But we decided to err on the other side, so there's a little bit more area to accommodate that, but we think it's worth the effort later. So if you add another 3% building to it comparatively, it's not that big. It's still a lot of money as you look at it. We understand that.
And so all of these offices are like permanent, right? Like they're built.
Yeah.
It's not movable walls or.
You're talking about the interior spaces?
Yes.
Because the outside units, those are all cubicles.
Yeah.
And so
Okay.
that is open space. And that
Thank
was
you.
really an important part of the discussion because, as you know, upstairs, everything is stud walls.
Right.
And it really limits what you
Yep.
can do with the
Yep,
space.
exactly.
So,
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I can see that now. There's the double wall for the stud walls,
Mhm.
and then there's the
Yeah.
single for the. Thank you.
Everything that says 8 by 8 is a cubicle.
Thank
but,
you.
But to support the new method of working,
Mhm.
you have huddle rooms and
Mhm.
flex rooms so that they can, when they need to have a private phone call with a client, then they can do that appropriately. But generally, a lot of these people are in and out also, so there'd be white noise that would be supplied in these open areas, and I recently toured a big courthouse facility, and the white noise was, we tested it. We had a group of 20 of us on the tour, so I had 5 people in a cube, and I was 3 cubes away, and we couldn't hear each other speaking. It was that good. So, and we typically use it in courtrooms, things like that too. Which, so we think this will work well, and all the stakeholders kind of went along with it, so.
And they had referenced the Virginia GSC and the Duluth GSC, and those buildings and those renovations have all been modeled after this sort of concept as well, so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And,
That's it for the plan.
yeah, so then we were obligated because our contract suggested.
Before we move on, actually,
Yes.
can we talk a little bit about that section on the west labeled new roof?
Yes,
So there is building below it
correct,
and not above it.
correct.
And just thinking future thoughts. Is that worth roofing that small section, or is it worth building out to the end of the wall? And should we build for potentially doing that in the future, and all of those thoughts?
Yeah, and I think, again, it's a diagram, so if you decided to do this project, we would work with you to get the most bang for the buck overall. The area here really is what we need for the future expansion, whether it's as we're showing it as a conference room, or whether it is cubicle space or nothing for now. The biggest thing we heard with Public Health and Human Services team is that they're required to do certain things. They have partners throughout the county with you. And in the past, as you know, some of those partners have kind of ceased operations, and the department had to then take up those areas. So that's what we were planning for there. So we just felt, let's give you a decent area. Let's plan for those. I think we planned for 10.
Yeah, about 10.
Yeah, so we have room for 10 more people basically happening in this zone. If anything happened to any of these other partners. So with that, we thought it's a little much. It's we call it space left over in plan, SLOIP. It was a little bit too much SLOIP for us there. So that's why we were showing it that way.
Thank you.
Might be more fun on the other side because you could overlook the skating rink and stuff, but unfortunately you got to connect to the stair in the elevator. So, other questions about this particular?
I don't believe so.
Very good. We'll move on then to the next piece. Then we did look at this site to see if it was possible to get this much square footage. And if you think about it, the current location, Public Health and Human Services, we're about 3 times the size, and it makes sense when you're stacking up 2 or 3 people in a 10 by 12 office currently, or smaller in some cases. So the square footage makes sense. So our first look was to the north. I would have to go right up to the property line to get a semblance of even getting this thing to work. And then I'd have to move the historic jail. Your access to the propane is in this upper right corner here. And hey, all your electrical services and everything are there. So this would be not only not feasible because of the size, but the additional costs in relocating pieces would be very expensive. We did look at taking over the parking area, but you can imagine that's, every time I'm here, it's full. So, and then you have the parking across, but that wouldn't be enough to accommodate your teams and the public coming in. So even though you could connect it, it'd be a little bit awkward having, probably accessible parking and a turnaround or something there. Not really a suitable solution there. On the south, that's a protected area for the historic courthouse. That's the part that the state historical group is all excited about. And then the east side, there's just no space, to the street. So we debunked the idea that you could build an appropriate addition for public health and human services here rather quickly without actually doing a whole lot of drawings. So so overall, it's a lot of, there's a lot going on cost-wise. Just like we did in the first study when we looked at things, we divided it into three buckets, basically. The construction cost, which included a construction contingency of 10%. And then in this case, there's a timeline of how projects have to work overall. And we looked at, you typically look at construction to the midpoint of the construction period, which in this case is we've identified about 2 years. So there's money attached to that. So that gives you a total construction cost of somewhere between, almost 17 and $21 million. And then you add the soft costs, which are all the professional service fees and insurance and things like that, that we estimated about 15%. So overall, to build this project, about 19 to 23.5 million roughly overall. But you're getting a lot of building and a lot of stuff, and I know it's big numbers. So grab your heart again, and but this is part of the master planning concepts, right? So we did divide it so you could see the detail of that and the actual square footages that tie to that. And we did have AMP Construction work with us on putting the numbers together. So it's not just an architect's, kind of put your thumb in the air and figure it out. We actually, they know the area fairly well, and they did the estimate for us there. But if you look at the ranges of cost, it's quite a bit less than the Judicial Center and the Law Enforcement Center. There's less work, and the construction type is different. So when you go back and compare it, you'll see a difference there overall. So that's kind of how that was put together. And then the site work is always interesting up here. So we weren't too sure that we had to do a whole lot of blasting to get the foundations in and things like that. So we didn't apply any of that, but site preparation and the parking and the addition, obviously. So whatever is needed there. Some temporary utilities just as a placeholder for some of this. And then kind of the new north parking lot for this area and what that cost would be. And these are all consistent with what we showed you a couple of months ago for the Law Enforcement Center, Judicial Center components. So again, soft costs and all of that. So it's a pretty, site work is all pretty good chunk of money, wherever you go. So that's kind of our story for this portion of the work. Questions, thoughts on this before I move on to the next piece?
Any questions?
Okay.
All right.
Second project, here we go. So we did, as I mentioned in the intro, we did initially do all of this work up here as part of our last study. So we carried it over since you'd approved that piece and made sense to the stakeholders there. And so it's a little bit different when you apply it to an existing building versus a new structure that you're putting together. There are compromises generally, because if you want to keep all your walls on the outside of the building, you got to fit it all in. All right, so that was the premise we worked under. So some of the spaces, we measured them. Some of them are bigger, some of them are smaller, depending on the configuration I'll show you some of those differences as we walk through. But essentially, at the end of the day, the new measured piece of the new diagram is within a couple of hundred square feet of what the need is for the future. So we felt pretty good about that. We did have to add to this the infill space with Public Health and Human Services out. So County Administration, Human Resources, County Assessor's Office, and we'll show you why we had to add that as a line item. And then we added a County Commissioner's Office Suite, which is where James is right now with in that office area. So we, so anyway, all of that's kind of figured in. Then there's a lot more background here, and I tried to be semi-vague in some of this, since this is all public information. You know, security is security. So but you should know that we did follow the state of Minnesota Court Security Manual that was set up for courthouse security overall, and 3 chapters in particular. I do want to note that I did not do a risk assessment or a threat analysis piece. That's usually done independently of the architect. So, but you know, we've heard you know, the various incidences that have occurred through the years. But that was the basis of our work. So some of the bigger issues that they would like, the state would like us to cover in these areas is the standoff zone and where parking exists. Everything you see in the hatched area is the 50-foot standoff zone that the state would like to have. It's physically not a requirement overall. So east side, north side, south side, all are in compliance. Overall, the west side, your drive aisle doesn't quite fit. So some of the thoughts also are in parking. The parking's outside of the zone, which is good, but people are driving kind of through it a little bit. But how people access the building in a drive-up situation, a run-up actually, not a drive-up, but ramming into the building, for example, is a big issue in a lot of locations. So having some bollards perhaps in the front, or planters or something that would kind of stop movement through your main entrance on the west side. Technically, you could do it up the up in this area here. Somebody could hop on the sidewalk and kind of work their way up the ramp. That'd be pretty extreme, but technically it could be done. We're not recommending anything there at this point. And similarly on the east side. So technically, the state would prefer staff parking for the courts to be outside of all this zones in a protected area with a fence and gates and all kinds of stuff. We have not, and again, these are suggestions as part of what they write down, not an absolute requirement. So we're not making that recommendation either. I think it's proven, particularly in communities of your size, that that's fairly extreme to do that. You haven't had, from any of the risks that I've heard of, any incidences there. So from my standpoint, I'd rather have people parking wherever they park so that there isn't a set area. You know, think of an area that's fenced in. I know who's in there, and I'll just wait till you come out, or I'll shoot you on the way in. So I'd rather have people parking in different areas, and you know, you'd have to really know, you know, who you're looking for. So that's so that was kind of part of the decision making there too. What's reasonable? What incidences have you had? And so the other part, the really important part, is limiting the amount of entrance points for the public. You do a pretty decent job with that. Most everybody comes in from the west, but other doors can be opened on occasion. So we've identified where those openings are around. And ideally, the south entrance, ought to be locked always. That's just, there's really no parking except on the street and stuff, and it's historic and all that, but the access is coming from the main corridor. And then your entrances into the lower level, those should be strictly exit only, and they should be alarmed so you know something is going on when people go out. And then your employee entrances from the north and from the west and from the east, those should all be card accessed, and some of them are recommending a vestibule so it's hard to tailgate in, for example, but all with card access so that only the employees are coming in as you'd like them, and or going out the corridor as an emergency access point. In custody, movement was the other piece of when you're talking movement. Not a good situation the way it is currently. I think you all know enough about that, but our recommendation is to add a vehicle sally port to this location. You kind of see that here on the right in this yellow area, and connecting to your existing elevator. We'll show you upstairs how we're going to do some holding for you up there. That's real holding instead of a room, kind of off of a corridor. And with that, the Veterans Services Office is getting impacted. Emergency management is getting impacted. But you can see we're saying the veterans should go to the other building. Emergency management will go to the new law enforcement center addition. So those are covered from that standpoint. So a lot of building points. The other really main tenet of an absolute you have to do is separate the traffic to the courtroom so that there is, it's really five zones total, but it's really 4 into the courtroom. One is, you can see kind of in the green, so coming from an elevator to a public hall, to the attorney-client conference rooms, which you don't have any anymore because you've been using up all the spaces. And then right into the seating area so that there's a direct pathway there. A separate access point for those in custody into the courtroom so that they never cross public or staff. And then the private side with its elevators, and access to the team and jury deliberation, things like that, so that there's, this is an absolute in the standards. There's ways to compromise it, but this is really what they're looking for in that area. And then we did look at security within the courtroom, and I have a lot more notes that are really hard to read, but the basic things that are really not in compliance in your existing courtroom is having a bullet-resistant front face to the judge's bench, and the same for the clerk, law clerk area there. That's a requirement. You don't have that. It might be easy to, in looking at it, it looks like we can accommodate that without changing the millwork, for example, there. And then the other really big issue is your spectator area kind of sits in this zone here. This is the door coming into the courtroom currently, and they are right up against the jury box, and that's not allowed. You have to have a separation physically of 7 feet between the closest seat and to the juror, and otherwise there's intimidation and other things going on. So those are the big issues within the courtroom itself. So a lot of other things to read, but those are the things we looked at. for security. And then you can kind of read through each of the zones, not just for the courtroom itself, but for all the agency spaces that are associated. We have notes on how security should work, and the main feature is we have a public area in front that doesn't matter what agency it is, they'd come to that area to meet with the public. So again, we're limiting them from coming all the way through the office. We're putting the bullet-resistant materials in the front because of other things that have happened in the past. So that's a consistent theme throughout this building as we come through. There's some exceptions, but we'll, you'll see some of that if you do get a chance to read that. But it's pretty comprehensive from that standpoint. And then, so your building is on the National Register, so I made a call over to SHPO, State Historic Preservation Office, talked with the leader there. They can't really advise us because it's not a project for them yet. But they kind of, talked with them about potential. But what was noted in the submission back in the 80s was it was about the notable siting of the building and that whole south elevation and that, the view and all of that. That was kind of the, why the building was put on the register. There was nothing, distinguishing features on the inside, for example. Although SHPO would like to maintain whatever was original when possible, and that the character of the spaces represent. So we did look at that, and we did find some pictures from the Cook County Historical Society Museum that they had online, showing the original views. The courtroom itself is way different than it is now. So we're in the clear there. The only thing that kind of maintained, it appears that the spectator seating was original, and we've reused all of that. And of course, you've got a couple of benches right outside of this room, for example, too. So we've been able to maintain that. And the other thing is really the paneling, the wainscot concept. I don't know if the panels were the original ones or not, but it appears that they maintained, when they did the renovations in the late 90s, that they maintained the height of the wainscoting and the bands that go horizontally around the room. Everything else got kind of, so you can see in these pictures, the lights and, really beautiful things, but all of that changed. So we're not in any problems there as long as we don't change the window configurations, things like that. That's what's important overall. And so I did ask them specifically about the vehicle sally port, and they were very happy that we've placed it as far away as we can. It made, it was a perfect place for us. So I'll kind of run through, start with that piece. So this is the new vehicle sally port. Like the law enforcement center, we want to be sure we had ambulance access into it, so it's a little longer than you would think, and you can kind of see the front of an ambulance here versus a police vehicle. There's a pretty big grade difference there. So to make up that difference, we have a handicap lift to make that work. Otherwise, we can come up the stairs to get to the floor level that we are standing on right now, which is an important thing. There is an outdoor door to it in case the door doesn't work, so there's still always access for the sheriff and their teams to come in and out. We are using that circular drive as the entrance to this, but because on the south end of it, it starts sloping down fast, we can't have it as a drive-through. It has to be a pull in, pull back, and get out. So we did look at how that would work overall. So you can kind of see my diagram here. I haven't changed the curb cut or anything like that. I did add a little bit of pavement right here in the back so that we could appropriately get a vehicle out without a whole bunch of gymnastics. So not a whole lot there. We would remill that area and make it work. So with that, you kind of see the stairs that are here and all of that. So whenever you see yellow, in this case, it designates a security component of the project. So when you come in the vehicle sally port, you get up to the main level. We're bypassing the stair and things that are just to the north of it, because it needs to be accessible. And then, as I mentioned, we're cutting away from the offices that are sitting back there. The idea was to get to the existing elevator and reutilize that as the detention-only elevator to get up to the main, up to the court floor. So I can't double use it, unfortunately. Just doesn't make sense, even though you don't have court that often comparatively. But to make it work, we've added a new public elevator. And if you go out into the hall here and you can see, and you can look up into the two areas, we're using the area closest to us right now. In this room, we're using that area to put the elevator in. So it fits pretty nicely in that package, and you know, we build a little bit of floor around that. And so if you can picture kind of where the entrance to the restrooms are, we're pretty close to the front face of that. The back end of it, we've taken the vending machines that are behind the stairs currently back here and added one more and just kind of put it in there for general use, so it gives purpose. But what it gives you down here is a, oops, it's over a little bit, not as far as it's going to go. It gives you kind of a bigger zone here, so I think that should work fairly well from that standpoint. The big change is how security works coming into the building. And so we've created a security screening room. And this is why the county assessor's office and soils and water have got to change from what you currently have. So we've had to extend your vestibule a little bit. It didn't meet accessibility standards. It was under 7 feet from door to door, and you gotta have 7 feet, and it's like 6'5" or something. So we extended it a little bit. We're changing how people would come in during a court day when court's going. These inside doors would be locked. They would be exit only. These outside doors, you could come in either door, but you would then, to get into the building, and this would be anybody during the day when court's on, they'd have to come through security. So whether they were coming to one of the agencies, government agencies, or whether they're coming to courts, they're coming through security. So having all your other doors shut down to the public is really important here. So we have some queuing space. We have a magnetometer to walk through. We have the package X-ray and the tables that work with that, and the sheriff's team would be behind that area. So just like you would in an airport or any other, major courthouse, we would provide security electronics, IT work, and as we work with the IT team on that, and integrate all the other cameras and things, alarms that you have, so when there is an incident, that deputy will know what's going on and be able to assess what needs to be done, what help needs to come for all of that. It also then has a glassed-in area and some doors as you come out of the secure area and into this larger area. And the reason is, right now, people can mess with that equipment that's there. It should not be accessible to anybody. They have to calibrate and do other things to it. It's just not appropriate overall. So this is the solution to make that all work. And then on days like today, when there isn't court, These doors are wide open. These doors here are shut and locked, so nobody has access into that area. So it solves a couple of problems there and creates security within the building that you currently do not have. And so that affected, obviously, the county assessor, because they were in the majority of this space here, and then soils and water conservation. After 5 weeks, I think I finally got it right. I could never remember. I had a mind block in my brain, but finally got that right. But one of the things what I noticed at least, particularly in the assessor's office, is right now the access is from the hall. And when somebody comes in and talks about their current situation, you hear everything. We were sitting in the ITV room waiting for our meeting to begin, and I know all about this person's financials and everything else. And so what we've created is kind of off the corridor here, a little public vestibule so they can talk to the staff appropriately. If they want to have a real meeting when they want to talk about the financials and things like that, the assessor can come out, meet with them appropriately in a conference room. Still not bringing them back into their office area, but kind of that, that's the idea of the security here. There'd be duress alarms and other things if everything gets heated, but it's attached, so much like Shane was showing on the intake center rooms, you'd have that kind of security where this would be, you'd have to have your badge to get through this door on both sides. This one would be open. So anyway, so that's important. We're adding a vestibule here for security so that people don't tailgate in. While we were at it, we thought it'd be interesting to look at how we deal with your restrooms. Right now, they're not overly private. There's just enough, but having a vestibule into that would make some sense, and then it would also allow us to have the accessible walls that are required by a water fountain. Right now, if you were blind, you would walk right into it because there's nothing to stop your cane from hitting it appropriately. So in order to make those things work properly, you have to change the door swings and all of that. So, you're spending enough money if you do this work that you'd have to do some of that kind of remedial accessibility upgrades. For the most part, your building's pretty well done from that standpoint. And then you're again showing the vestibule and suggesting that these should just only be locked, and if it's an emergency situation, fire alarm would automatically open them. But if somebody does go through there, that's a problem, and security needs to know about it. So it's always after the fact, though. So that is kind of the first floor reconfiguration for security, with the exception of County Administrator's office, which is currently here. We have a space for that team upstairs, as you'll see shortly. But we thought this group doesn't have a place for your business that you do with the county. I'm sure several of you come in and need a space and need to print and get your mail and those kinds of things. So we had no other use set up. Everybody else had a spot within the building, or we've moved them appropriately. So we thought we'd repurpose that office to allow 2 cubicles, so only 2 of you, with the Open Meetings Act, probably can be in there at the same time, right? Mail slots so that you can take care of business that way, get in and out. And then individual storage for whatever you need for that area. Some coffee, because I drink iced tea, but most everybody drinks coffee. And then kind of using the office zone back here for private conversations that you might need to have. Yes?
There was a room
Yes.
where the emergency, on the side of where the veterans offices
Yes,
behind that?
yes.
For 7 years, I was the only one
Okay,
that went in there.
okay,
I had access to a printer, I had access to a phone,
yes.
me. Was the only one. Because we kept track of how many things we printed, so
Yes.
I'm not sure about this. Anyway, that's my thought, just for the rest of you.
Yeah, and that's the idea of the master plan, right? Let's see what you want to do,
Right. Yeah.
and that space where the veterans and the emergency manager are currently, we haven't done anything with those spaces except cut through them right now. So if that's a better location and a better size to accommodate what you would like, we can do that all day, and I'm sure we'll figure out something for this space, whether it becomes an all-building conference room or other things that could happen there. It could be looked at. We haven't looked at any of the other agencies in that area to see what other needs they may have. So I don't know that they have any, but yet to be discovered there. But as a use, that was our thought there. So we appreciate the input, though. Because we didn't interview you on that, so, as a group, so.
Commissioner Johnson has a comment.
Yes.
Can you talk about that red rectangle at the top of the?
Oh, yeah, so
Floor?
I was gonna cover that when I go upstairs.
Okay, all right.
Because right now, your entrance is on the second level up there with the ramp. We're gonna get rid of the ramp.
Okay.
And put a stair in, so that there's real access up there. We'll extend the grade a little bit so you can get out. But it's, at that point, it's really more, the grade comes way down at that point. So I need a foundation for that part of the stair to make that all kind of work properly. So that's what that is on the top. Upstairs, oops. Keep forgetting this.
Henry?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Go over it.
I was just going to note, too, I mean, I frequently do see commissioners working out in the atrium outside the auditor's office, which is not a great setup. And if you have to make like constituent calls or something like that, it's really not set up for that kind of activity. So I realize there may be times where that space wouldn't be used, but when you need it, you need it. And I think that, where I worked previously, commissioners had their own offices. That was a much larger jurisdiction.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting we should have that here, but I think having a shared workspace where when you guys are on site and you need to conduct business, you've got a private space to do that.
All right.
And I had made a note to contact Commissioner Starley because one of the things I do is I frequently use the courthouse and I'm looking for spaces
Yes.
and oftentimes can't find them. And so I'm using Java Moose and, a variety of places in Grand Marais which aren't private.
Right.
And it makes it very challenging. So I like the fact that there is a smaller space that's available and flexible to use.
Sure. Great. And again, it's a master plan, so however you want this thing to work, we'll make it work appropriately, but this at least gives you an idea, and everything I've been talking about is within the price that we'll show you today on this. So upstairs, since we came in from the vehicle Sally Port, we'll show you, move it over a little bit. So here's the roof of the new Sally Port, and what that corridor, you can kind of picture it going right through here, and it comes and ends up here at that existing elevator. And so what we've done is created 2 holding spaces for that, so you could separate male, female, or juvenile, male, whatever the mix is that day, depending on what the judge is seeing. So there's a separation point there to, you get them in, you can take them into the main holding, which is accessible. It's what the little dots and arrows are and things like that. This is all done in concrete block, so it's durable, it's appropriate security-wise, and the fixtures are all stainless steel, like you would expect in a holding area like that. So. Similarly, a smaller hold over here. It's not like you've got 30 people coming to court generally. But at least having two separations is a good practice. And then the other component to this is a non-contact visitation. So, in the movies, you always see somebody putting their hand on on the glass and talking to the other person on the other side. That's this kind of a situation, except it's attorney-client a visitation. You would not have anybody from the public coming into this area. It's strictly for attorneys to talk to their clients. And it's flexible enough that they could meet with them prior to court, as long as the deputy is available to move them in and around. And then it's also flexible enough with the doors that we're putting in to allow them, if they want to make a deal during the court session, they can come right out, move them appropriately. They can speak there. It's not recorded or anything in that area. So it's very private. You'd still have cameras there for security reasons, but nothing too crazy there. So we now have a direct access in to the courtroom. This red area here is the existing door that does that from the hallway now, that comes from that holding area that's in the corner. So this meets the standard very well from that point. I moved the door over to allow, right now you have two workstations next to the judge. You're in about 5 foot of space, so not a whole lot of space. I think these tables are 6 maybe. So if you can imagine, if the law clerk and the reporter are both in the courtroom at the same time, there's no physical space. So everything you see in this kind of burnt orange, it's a little darker than what shows on my screen, but a lot easier to see on mine. But anything that you see in that is a lower height wall. It's not a full height wall there. So we would add on to the millwork there, and then give them the appropriate space. And it does need to be accessible also. They don't have to be able-bodied to work in the courts, so everything for the staff should be accessible overall. And then with that, really the rest of the millwork remains. We are showing the addition of the bullet-resistant materials to the front. Your witness stand remains. That actually was compliant. Your jury box needs some modifications to make it compliant. It's close, but not quite there. So there needs to be more room from the step up to the front. You need a 48-inch by 30 area for a wheelchair to be able to back into that area. I don't have that, so I have to extend that a little bit to get in. And then similarly on the west side of the box, they require that all the seating is fixed. Currently, you can move your chairs around. It becomes a weapon, and it also doesn't provide equal access for the jurors. The minimum spacing that works is about 2'6" chair to chair. And the reason is, if you think about it, is if you're sitting in this position, way over here, and you're looking at the witness, your chair is going to turn like this. So I can see you directly, and that's just how it works for a juror. So that distance, and everybody starts turning similarly, works within that configuration. So there's a real reason to make that work. So it extends it about almost 2 feet out. But the rest of it actually worked pretty well, because you have your heating fin tube down on the floor. These seats are in a pretty good position to turn appropriately. We've kept the 2 desks you have there, if those technically work. I don't have a whole lot of room in the width of the room to make anything more, but what we did was This wall right here, this is the litigation rail that separates the spectator area from the courtroom. That is your current wall of the courtroom right now. And so to get the spectators away from the jury box, and another piece is when you have a jury trial, the table, the front of the table that the attorneys are sitting on has to be no closer than the front here. So you can imagine a line going right across here. That's as close as those tables technically can come to by standards. So that's why there's that distance there. So, and because the courtroom configuration is not original, I couldn't make changes like this. So we probably, we don't have structural drawings, but we're anticipating having to put a column in to clear span this so that we can get the spectators in. I'm showing all the seating that you currently have that is uncolored. The two that have color would be two new ones to add to that, so you'd have the exact same capacity plus 4 more people technically with that, and maintaining the historic value of those seats. Unfortunately, the ones you have out here are much larger, so it doesn't fit. But the idea of a courtroom is you have 2 different parties generally coming in, so to separate them is important. Right now, the way yours sits is very dangerous, and people tend to sit closest to the door, so they can't get all the way back anyway. So it's a big problem overall. So what it impacts is the county attorney's office. It can no longer be there. And if you look at what the historic pictures, that looked like it was the chambers actually back in the day, because the judge's position was right here with the witness in this location. So with that, we have a sound lock vestibule. We have an attorney-client room that also can be used for victim witness as they move them over there. Some public waiting, another attorney-client room. So now we have 2 attorney-client rooms, which is what the standard asks for. With that, I'm going to maintain the door that's here, because when court is not in session, nobody should be back there. And we don't, unless you have appropriate access to this pair of doors here to get into an attorney-client room, that, you know, if you're going to have a different kind of a meeting that's not court-related, you need to have the right access. We don't want the public back there at all to maintain security overall. We don't want the deputies to have to come in and sweep that area all the time when they're not in court. They will during court days, obviously, but that's just part of the security. So to make the exiting work, we've had to do that. The other big change is the chambers area. Right now, the judge sits kind of in this quadrant, or half of this, and then the court reporter and law clerk, and then all of the court administrator and all the other people that come in. They're all hanging out over here. Your jury deliberation is woefully inadequate size-wise, configuration-wise, the whole bit. So that has to change. You do have a ramp that kind of works its way up to the judge's position, so we have to obviously get accessibility there. So our solution was to create a larger judge's chamber, more appropriate to the state standards. It's a little bit bigger, but again, these are the compromises you got to make when you're working existing buildings. But, you know, there is an existing wall already that exists here, and these are all windows, so this just makes sense from that standpoint. You have the 2 offices that are needed for the suite, a little closet area for evidence as it moves around, a little coffee area. Technology currently sits underneath the judge's bench, and it really limits what's going on there, so we would move that. And then we would add a staff toilet for this team here. Steps up for the judge to get to where, to get into that position. And then I don't have enough ramp room here, so we need to add another lift to make this situation work. And then the jury deliberation room accommodates 16 people. And then it has areas for coffee and supplies that are needed for them. There, with 16 people, you need 2 restrooms that are tied to it. And acoustically, you want to separate that from anything else around it, as you would the courtroom and the chamber itself. So they have kind of a sound lock vestibule, privacy, obviously a good thing here too. So a lot of that happens, and there is an existing door here where staff are coming in and out currently. That would be on card access only, so jurors can't slip out or do other things there. And then if the judge needed to meet, or the reporter or the law clerk needed to meet with somebody, and they weren't in session, there'd be an access point here for them. It's also a second way out of, you can get out through the courtroom or through there. But that would be you would hit a intercom, the camera would come on, you'd see who it is, the judge can then decide, or any one of the 3 can decide what's going on. It's also the access point for the jury if you have a longer jury deliberation and they're going out to lunch or coming back the next day or whatever the case is. So it's all really flexible from that standpoint. I'm trying to talk as fast as I can. I know there's a lot to go through here, so I do apologize. So that kind of fits everything here that's court-related. Okay, well, we still have court administration to deal with, and now we've got to move the county attorney. And so as we look at the other side, which is all public health and human services related, they are no longer with us. So when I started looking at it, I thought, yeah, we're not going to use all that space. There's going to be plenty of room for other things. And I was wrong. It was, as we had programmed it before, and I haven't changed it. In fact, some of the spaces may have gotten a little bit smaller to accommodate. Court administration, then we've put, we wanted court administration and probation to have the access from the main lobby, because that's where the public's going to be. And then anything else, like the county attorney, we wanted to put that further back because there's not that much access happening there. So you can see the public entry point to the self-help center, law library component that's sitting in the hallway right now with a couple of carrels, the kiosks, printer, and all those things. They're accessible through a window. This wall here would be bullet resistant, just like all the other security pieces. They get daylight here, so the administrative assistants that are there have that. They have their coffee copy work zone. They have all their files that are downstairs in this building right now. They would come up appropriately, so that there's, even though there are archives, they do go down there. Then the supervisor manager would have an office. Currently, that's a shared office along with court administrator and the shared leadership team that comes here. So it's pretty chaotic when they're all here. So they have a space also. And then for security reasons, again, you want to have them be self-contained, so they would have their own restroom in their location. Typically, when you attach this to judges' chambers and all that, they would share with the staff. But in this case, we can't get them in that close proximity. So that kind of works. Good news is I'm not changing the data room and the connections, and so IT was really thankful for that. And then the staff can enter either from the back door here, depending where they're parking, or they can come in the front door and they would have access this way, or we've created another access point from the stair. So they can come from the stair up, they can come from any of these other locations. So there's some flexibility for them. On the other side, probation we now would have an actual waiting zone. They're going to be doing urinalysis in their office, not in the public restrooms. That's why you have those locks on the things, which is not good. So the probationer can then come right in. The probation agent can come back in and take care of business. Their supplies are there. There'd be a separate interview room. They will not be bringing them back to their office. So again, another layer of security and duress. The office reception area behind the glass and bullet resistant, then the two agents. I'm showing all of these offices that are in green. These are all existing offices. Some of them we're going to have to change for acoustical privacy, like between groups, for example. So we'll be tearing off some drywall, putting insulation in, and making sure the above areas are covered appropriately. So the numbers kind of figure this more as a gut rehab than, we haven't investigated fully, but that's the idea. And so they're going to share a staff area for restrooms and kind of a shared conference room that anybody in the building can use. I put the restrooms here because it's right on the plumbing chase, the urinalysis toilet room off of that, so we're minimizing the plumbing changes that would have to be made. So facilities was fairly happy with me there. It also shares that restroom area with, keep wanting to go up, there we go. Doggone it. Not a sweet spot for it yet. Here we go. So you can kind of see that shared area is accessible to the county attorney office also. And this is, again, to keep restrooms separate for both of those agencies. You don't want them sharing public restrooms because their clients or their adversaries are on the other side, right? So, so to make that more compact, we were able to do that. All the offices of the county attorney, kind of an open area in the middle, a dedicated conference room so that they can do investigations and other activities that they need to have private and confidential. It's in the core, so nobody's seeing it from the outside, anything like that. It's lockable. The vault requirement is there, and then that entry interview area for the public, anybody that the county attorney is receiving, they can come to the front counter, figure out what's going on. If you need to meet with them, that can be done here. But again, it's in the back of the situation because of the traffic flow that's going on. Human resources, which currently is at the top of the stair down here, will move out and have a location back here. Again, these offices exist currently. So you have a full-time director, you have I think a part-time position, and then you have a new full-time position coming, or I may have those backwards, but you'll have 3 positions available at that point. In talking with them, they did not want the same security component to be that formal. But because they have the part-time person, they could utilize this front room in that same capacity if they didn't want to bring them back for some reason, or if it was a bigger group. But otherwise, the director and the assistant HR office will accommodate staff coming in. Good news is they're coming, your staff could be coming in from our new stair over here, in lieu of that ramp. So they could come back here without being really seen by a lot of people. A lot of issues that way, and because there's not a whole lot of public back there. Also, we think it's a really appropriate space. And then the county administrator and his team will have the new spaces back here in this corner. We're using existing office areas, storage area. If you've been back there, it's just all over the columns and fun spaces back there. So, and then you also have a new public information officer. So there's an office for that position. So they have direct access for the public to come in, or anybody else that's coming from any of the other departments. Overall, kind of working there. Both Human Resources and County Administrator's offices do not have their own separate restrooms, so they're going to share the shared staff area. There weren't as many concerns about going into the public space, and because it's less private back there, they'll come in through this door here. And then anybody in the building that has a need for a bigger space, so let's say HR wanted to get together with another department, they could assemble in this conference room here. So that, that's one of the criticisms of the building, right, is it sits now, you have this room and you have the ITR room. So this gives a little bit more flexibility overall. The other piece then is the existing HR office. Not a great location right now for them, but with Public Health and Human Services moving out, they have a lot of the same clients that the courts will have during a court day, so they need an outpost if they're moving out of here. So that's dedicated to them on court days, but again, could be utilized for others at any other time that there isn't court. So now you have two more flexible spaces for your teams here in the building to use at any time beyond this one beyond court. But so we think overall we've met the needs of court security, and we've accommodated with both buildings all of the growth that we understand could possibly happen, and actually getting people in appropriate spaces instead of sharing multiple offices and things like that. So that's kind of the outcome of the study. The budget here.
Just, excuse me?
Yes.
I just have another question.
Oh, yeah, please.
In regards to the elevation situation here.
Yes.
How will you make a stairway handicap accessible?
So that does not require to be accessible, because you only need really one physical point to physically roll out if you're in a wheelchair. There would be, in the landing, you would be safe because it's a fire enclosure there, so you could be rescued from that. You're only, you're less than a half a level up, depending how we lay that out. So, but that, by the accessibility standards here in the state, it's allowable to do that. It's similar like you're going out to the, on the east side of the building. That's not accessible, but you can be in the vestibule and be rescued from that area.
So you would have a landing place with
Yes.
stairs coming up to it?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Good question. Other questions?
Sorry, I forgot to ask for questions, so. I know it's a ton to understand and see, so hopefully that all works. So the budget summary, it's all in, the other thing I forgot to mention is there's a huge mechanical issues with this building where it wasn't part of my initial thinking, but because of the amount of work we're doing, we've discussed making significant changes to the mechanical systems here so that they operate properly. They're functionally, at the end of their useful life. So both this level and the next level would have significant changes. Probably not as much in distribution, but the equipment that's up there that needs changing so that the airflows are properly, and then to balance everything, particularly with some of the areas that have new uses compared to the other uses that they had. So it hasn't been fully studied, but we do have money in for that. When you think about that, even in a room like this, you'd start moving some of the tiles and to get up into those spaces to work. So understand that, we have a significant number attached to removing tiles and getting up there and changing out equipment, and yet to be determined exactly what we're going to do. But we'll, if you decide to do this, we will do more investigation with that. But we do have a plug-in number for that right now that we think is fairly conservative. From that.
Chair, if I could just add to
Yes.
that. Temperature control in the addition has always been an issue, from my understanding. It's been an issue since this building was built in '98. And so, for the public's knowledge, there are times where, it may, like the other day, it was freezing cold in the ITV room.
Yeah.
And then in some of the upstairs offices, it would be so hot that they couldn't be in those spaces. And so it's just, that's a longstanding issue. And you're right, I mean, this addition was built in '98, so the equipment that was part of that build
Yeah.
is definitely at the end of its life.
Yeah, most of that equipment has a 20-year life expectancy, so we're over that period of time, and, your team's obviously done a good job in maintaining a lot of things, but, the Band-Aids on top of the Band-Aids eventually won't hold for you. So if we're doing all this work, let's finish it off properly. So what you'll see for the overall cost, about 9.5 to 11.5 million, all in with the soft costs and all that. As you kind of look at all of that, and then like we were showing on the other piece, there is detail to it. So here you'll see some of the square footages. I do want to note the cost of the elevator is, there's money involved in some of the remodeling costs. I questioned them when they gave me that. I thought, well, holy cow, only $100,000 for an elevator? It doesn't sound right, but they have all the other things tied to some of the remodeling numbers to it, because you got to fix the floor and other things. So that's under the what you'll see as heavy remodel in that number. So they assure me that it's real. From that, they just wanted to be sure that those costs were there separately. So we've divided this by new construction, the elevator itself, and remodeling and the renovation. And so there's various levels of heavy, which would be a gut rehab, basically starting over with walls and ceilings and lights and all of that good stuff. Medium, which is, some of the courtroom remodeling components within that, and, taking a wall out and things like that kind of fit that. And then light remodeling, where we're not changing a whole lot, more of the assessor's office, some of those, moving a couple of walls, things like that, but still fairly light overall. No plumbing, things like that. So that's kind of you'll see that within all of that. And then you'll see the renovate mechanical and CLG ceilings and the square footages. So it's basically this addition, in not the public spaces per se, but the office areas for sure, but most of the equipment's in that from what we know. So those numbers are all there for your review, and certainly as you look at it further, we're happy to answer any questions you may have regarding that. We have a little bit longer escalation period to 2.5 years and I'll show you in a second why. We're kind of looking at that. Questions about and then site costs, I forgot that too. So questions about this? I'm exhausted too, so I can't imagine how you're feeling about it. So the last piece is a project implementation schedule. So assuming the next agenda item starts and you authorize us to move with the law enforcement center, we're anticipating, so I've kind of combined the 3 projects into a schedule, just an overall schedule to give you an idea of how we could do this the fastest way possible. And of course, it all depends on funding and other things that you're going to do, right? So I've just made an assumption that you want to keep going and doing it all at the same time. And that obviously can move and be adjusted however you want it to do. But do know that, once we begin the law enforcement center, that moves emergency management over there. It also releases a burden from the community center, right? Because right now you're using the EOC, that big area is your EOC there. So that's a really, it's a good start for how this might work. But you have to really, to make the plan master plan work the way we've got it laid out, you have to build the addition for Public Health and Human Services to be able to get them out of this building and do the changes into this building. So it sequentially has to be, ideally, the law enforcement center, the community center with the public health addition, and then finalizing all the work here. So there's a period of time you have to figure out financing, figure out timing, things like that, and how you want to approach it overall. So what we've divided the schedule is kind of by the design phases. So we would be done, these are obviously in quarters as you look at it. So after the first quarter of next year, we should be done with the drawings to be ready to go out to bid. And then start construction. So ideally, about mid-year next year, we should be doing the law enforcement construction. And then hopefully, they're anticipating 7-8 months, maybe construction period of time, so we'll see. And again, AMP helped us with this piece, so by the end of the first quarter of '26, that should be fully occupiable. And so what we thought would be an easy look, at least, and a reason to do these things is when we finish the drawing and the biddings of the law enforcement center, ideally we would start the drawings for the community center and public health and human services addition, assuming you still like us at that point and everything's working out well, right? But it's basically the same amount of time that it takes to construct that addition, and then you bid it and all of that. And then similarly, we would do the same with courthouse security. You could do all of the drawings all at the same time if you wanted to, or however you want to do it at the end of the day. Again, depending what you want to do and feel. But if you this is the fastest I think you could possibly do it, unless you have a whole chunk of money somewhere that I'm not aware of, and you want to do all the projects at the same time. But to do it in this sequence, you would be done at the end of '27 with these three major projects over there, and I know that's a lot to consider. So good news is all you got to do is say yes to what we've done, and then you can figure it out later, right? So you're just accepting the study conclusion today at least. So that is all we have for you.
Well, that's a lot that you provided for us, a great deal of information for us to absorb and take in, but I can tell you I'm really impressed with the work you've done, the thoughtfulness, and the response to questions that we've had and our staff has had, and all of the input. Commissioner White, you have been involved in this process, and I'd love to hear from you.
Well, I have nothing different to say than I've said in the past, is that they're not org management. They are thoughtful. I don't know if they're humble, but they're not arrogant. They listen well, they answer questions. If they don't have the answer, they will find it. They're good communicators. And Henry seems, they make a good team, though Sean's far better with managing. But they needed to know what the regulations are and things like that. However, I trust them, what they have to say. I don't believe they have hidden agenda. They have an agenda, but it's not hidden.
Yes.
And I would find them to be dependable for our county. I mean, a real difference. And in comparison to a past firm that did work for the school, it's the same situation for dependability and communication skills.
We appreciate your characterization of our work. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Other questions?
Yeah,
Administrator?
thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to know, one of the big questions after we completed the master plan for the Law Enforcement Center and Judicial Center was whether it would even be possible to retrofit this courthouse in a way that would address all the safety and security issues. And I was very skeptical about that because I thought that with the historic preservation requirements that we would be running into, I didn't know if the space could be modified in a way that would address all those concerns. I'm really pleased that BKV has worked through those issues and they've come up with a plan to make that work. So we now have the answer.
Commissioner Johnson?
And I do have one question about the plan and the Sally Port here at the courthouse. Is that a requirement or is that suggested?
It's a requirement because of the 3 primary separations you need into the to the courtroom area. So having that connection is vital to that separation. Right now, your access point is not desirable in terms of other people being able to get to the person in custody. So having a separate pathway, not just the pathway, but from the vehicle into the pathway is a tenet of the standard.
It is okay,
Yes.
that's what I want to know.
Yeah.
Other questions? Well, I think we've had a very thorough presentation, and I'm just really impressed with the work that you and your team have
Yeah.
provided for us. And with that, is there a motion to accept the master plan?
Madam Chair, I make the motion to accept the master plan.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Is there support?
Support.
Thank you, Commissioner Sterling. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? Commissioner White?
In accepting the master plan, does that commit us to absolutely going forward, or it's just that?
It does not. We are accepting their report.
For the listening audience.
Good point. Commissioner Johnson?
So then what is the next step? When will we have a discussion to talk about this and what our options might be?
I would certainly like the board's feedback on that question.
Okay. That's what I'm wondering, is this next committee of the whole, or how are we going to go about talking about this?
Madam Chair, if I could, I mean, so you guys have just received a lot of information. And so I think what would be appropriate would be for you to have some time to digest the information. I think a committee of the whole meeting would be a really good venue for a future discussion on this. I guess a couple of things. Number one, we have not added any major new space to county buildings since 1998. And I know that we're, on the verge potentially of accepting a proposal to add space to the LEC. That doesn't solve some of the problems that we have here. So the other thing is these space needs that we've talked about, we had a capital improvement plan back in 2017 that got derailed because my understanding is the proposed jail addition was hugely controversial. There was a lot of questioning about the need for that project, and that kind of derailed that plan, and then we had the pandemic right after that. So that whole thing got shelved. We're now back with, we have a new CIP. We've got some good preliminary recommendations from BKV. And I do think that, we've kind of kicked the can down the road through a variety of circumstances. And I do think we need to have a pretty serious and conversation soon about what the next steps are going to be. And so I guess two things. Want to balance your need to have time to process the information, but then also continue the conversation without undue delay so that we can bring this into focus and understand what the board's desires are to move forward.
I would agree with that. A committee of the whole would be very appropriate.
And
Commissioner
then
White?
we are committed to going forward with the law enforcement addition.
If you accept the architectural proposal today, yes.
Yes. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right. Commissioner Storley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So bringing this as a study before Committee of the Whole is good. Let's have our budget, let's have our money. Let's decide what can we do. Obviously, we're not doing all three, I don't think, unless some money has come into Brady's office that we don't know about. So I want to have, or I would encourage, the money. Lay it out. What do we have? And then we look at all this and discern what we can do. Thank you.
Administrator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So regarding the updated financial management plan to reflect the addition to the LEC, that is part of your board packet today. So that piece is in there. But yes, we would have to update the plan to reflect these additional costs. And I'll just repeat, we can't do the community center project without doing the revisions or the renovation of the courthouse. They're parts of a whole. So when Public Health and Human Services would move out of here into that new space, we would have vacated space that would have to be tailored to fit our needs here. And the court safety and security features, that's, in my view, it's not negotiable. We need to do that to make our facilities safer for all the people who use the courts. So you kind of got to have both together.
So the law enforcement center would stand by itself.
That's a standalone project,
Correct.
yes.
Other discussion. Commissioner Mills.
Yeah, and I appreciate the interconnectedness, and I'm trying to think of strategy, limited resources, bang for buck, and it, in my mind, the courthouse renovations will have a greater impact on our overall function, and that can't happen until the community center renovations happen. Those are not dependent on the law enforcement center.
Correct.
And so certainly it's a greater cost with the community center renovations, but the impact is, I see that as a greater bottleneck than the law enforcement center. What I like about the law enforcement center is that it's here right now, and we can vote on that. But in my mind, that larger impact would happen with the community center. And it's just a matter of having the law enforcement ready, further along in the process, ready to go, and I think we should act on that. But as far as what impacts it's going to have on our daily operations, it's going to have huge impacts for law enforcement, but beyond law enforcement, it's not as far-reaching. So, just trying to mull over just timing of everything, and I'm not looking to delay anything by any means, but just trying to better understand our financial management plan and where those pinch points are going to be. I want to make sure we don't shoot ourselves in the foot.
There's no question that the logistics of getting a project like this done are going to be enormous, right? I mean, it's going to be disruptive. There's no way to get around that. Like, what is our plan for conducting court proceedings when this project is going on? I mean, that's a big question that we're going to have to answer. But in terms of today's discussion, we're just talking about, is this even feasible to do something like this from a physical space perspective? And I mean, I think the answer is yes, it is. Operationally, how does it all work? I don't know. We're going to have a lot of conversations about that. But I think this represents a really well thought out plan and reflects the feedback that numerous stakeholders have given BKV.
Commissioner White.
And once this is approved, I would and understand, till we find the money, the second two components, I mean, there's huge, but I believe the public needs to be able to chime in on this. They've heard us, they have this information, but I want to hear from them. I want them to talk. I want them to complain. I want them to wring their hands. I want anyone who wants to clap and to be joyful about it. They need to be part of this. They absolutely need to be part of this, because this is, we are not the only taxing authority in this county. The school is asking for money, the public, or not public health, the hospital has a tentative about a 10% levy coming up, and this is huge, huge. We have 5,600 people, population in this county, so we need to pace ourselves.
All right, well.
I just want to add on to that. I'm glad you mentioned the public engagement element of this, because this is the community center. It is our most heavily used building. Everybody uses the community center at some point. And so, yes, that is a vitally important part of the process moving forward. That wasn't part of the master planning process, because again, that exercise was just about, can we make it work from a space perspective? If the board wants to move forward with this, I see very intensive public engagement ahead of us to make sure that this plan does reflect the desires of the community, that it serves all the purposes that it's going to need to serve. And we can only do that if we involve the public in these conversations.
Any further discussion or questions? We have a motion and a second. All right. All in favor of accepting the master plan for the Cook County Courthouse and Community Center? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have spent about 3 hours, and so we're going to take a short break, and then we will be back to consider the proposal for architectural services for our law enforcement center.
Great.
Thank you.
Learned something new today.
Well, I'd like to welcome everyone back to our Cook County Board of Commissioners regular meeting. We're returning after a short break. And right now, we are on item 7, to consider a proposal to provide architectural services for our Law Enforcement Center addition. And Administrator Yorkie, would you like to introduce this item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So, as I mentioned earlier, after we completed the Law Enforcement Center and Judicial Center master planning process in April, the board agreed that it was interested in moving forward on further exploration of an addition to the Law Enforcement Center, and requested that I seek a proposal from BKV to quantify the cost of providing the full range of architectural services and construction administration necessary to complete that project. And so they, over the last few months, have been working to refine cost estimates for the project, pardon me, and have developed a proposal that is in your board packet today. And I guess I'll stop there because last time I stole Henry's thunder, and I don't want to do that again. So, Henry, I don't know if there's anything that you'd like to say about kind of how those cost estimates were generated and kind of the refinement process. And
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so typically when you look at a contract like this, it's based on the cost of construction, and then you set a percentage fee. And so the way we develop it is a couple of ways. We kind of do a top-down and a bottom-up look at it to be sure, particularly when we're traveling and understand my travel from Chicago is never charged to you. That's just a courtesy of having the expertise I have, and so we don't charge for that in any office that we do. So we kind of, there are nationally published rates for whatever the cost of the construction is to what an architectural fee is, for example. A lot of different states have numbers, but they're all pretty similar. I've got, I think, 12 of them right now that I look at and compare. So that's the top down to look at that. And the way those work is the more expensive the project is, the lower the fee percentage is. So you still get more money because there's more work if the project's bigger, but not in a fixed proportion, right? So, and then we look at it internally from how we're dividing the work with each of the disciplines, structural and all of that, to see what's needed, and the civil engineer gives us a fee and things like that. So we work it from the bottom up to see if the top-down number was good or if we need to adjust it a little way. So, and then we look at the marketplace to see what other people have been charging to be sure we're in the range. So that's how we develop that. What you should know is between BKV and Shane's firm, we are kind of meshing our work. I will be involved throughout, as I always am, as the partner in charge of a project. In this case, because of their proximity in Duluth to you compared to my proximity even from Minneapolis, in our office there. We're going to share the work, pretty close to a 50-50. You'll get more of my impact early as we're starting to develop the plans and my expertise in that area and my firm's, all right? And then but Shane will be riding shotgun the whole time with me. And by the time we get to about the midway point, that split will change where they'll be more in control of the final documents. I'll be reviewing them and making sure that they comply with, and meet with the Department of Corrections and everybody else that may want to talk about adding on to that building, so that we have all that working together. We'll stamp and seal the drawings as BKV Group, and then they're going to take control of the construction period of time because of the proximity again, and they know most of the contractors locally, what you'd consider locally in this area. so their familiarity with those teams. We'll have about a 15% stake in that part of it. So when there's expertise that's needed and that kind of stuff, we'll be looking at that, and we'll be looking at shop drawings, things like that. But there'll be, that's kind of how we've split our work. We think to your benefit and to our benefit, both. We'd have to charge more if we were coming from Minneapolis, for construction, let's say. So, and the partnerships been working great together, as you've been able to witness on 2 studies now. So, so we think, we're giving you as much as we can, to help, with the proximity issue and getting the expertise overall. And with this thing not being a humongous piece for either of our firms to accomplish, we just want to get right to it. And that's the advantage of how we plan. In the master plan, even though it's a diagram, it's a pretty close diagram to what we think it should be. So, and we haven't had that long of a time since we did the work. So sometimes it's a couple of years later and you start and you got to kind of look at it again. So I think with the sheriff and his team, we're probably still very solid in making the changes that we need to do. And so anyway, that's kind of the long way of telling you we've done our research. We're trying to give you a very competitive price, and we really appreciate the opportunity to continue to be in service of Cook County and the work you're planning to do.
All right, well, thank you. One of the things, in particular for the public to note, is that the master plan concept has space that's been added onto the sheriff's office or a law enforcement center, and also has remodeling that is being done in those spaces. And so deputy offices, evidence processing and storage, so we get it off the lunchroom table, is a change that is included here in our plan. There's an office for investigator and storage and that type of thing. And then an important feature of this project is the Sally Port, so that we aren't losing and having escapees from our Sally Port, that our ambulances, our larger trucks, all our vehicles can easily fit in there, the door can close. Just some things that we've been missing for a long period of time since that facility was originally designed. Some of the changes that are included in the master plan concept on the upper level are moving our emergency operations center and having a training facility up there. And so that is going to be a really, really nice addition and certainly very needed. I'm sure for Auditor Powers, it's very awkward to have our emergency management director in his space or adjacent to a space. It makes it a little challenging. So this might give an opportunity for some changes there, and certainly you've outlined that in the plan that we saw previously, what would happen to those spaces. Are there other questions or comments commissioners would like to make?
Just that by moving the emergency management to law enforcement, that means when we have power outages, we have snow, we have fire, that they don't have to take over the community center and move everything. We don't have to take MIS to set up an emergency station down at the community center. It is there.
It's
So-
one-stop shopping. Everybody is together in that space that needs to be there. That's correct. Any other comments or questions the commissioners would like to make? Shane, anything you'd like to add from your perspective?
No, Henry outlined it pretty well. We've done that with other firms on other projects just like that, where we have a programming expert and more of a local, so we have a lot of familiarity with that. So we really went back and forth with the numbers with Henry, so we felt very justified in where things were based off of the local fees we've had on projects of similar scale and construction type. So.
Right, thank you.
Would there
Commissioner
be
White.
a way to put this up on the screen for the people that are going to YouTube? This,
It's in the packet.
It's in the packet. And if not now, maybe somewhere down the line, so, yeah, if somebody, they'd have to,
Well, all of our agendas and packets are online.
yeah.
Yeah, so,
But I do know that there are people that will watch YouTube of our meetings, but they don't go in to look at the packets
packet,
at all.
okay.
Although for this,
Jana?
they might.
I would have to log into iCompass on that, I believe.
Okay.
There's also some people that look at
It could take
packet
me a
and not the
few minutes if
YouTube.
you-
That's true.
Yes,
It's just-
yeah. I think
This-
we're okay.
You
I
don't
think
have to
we're
do it
okay.
now. I mean, that's.
I think we're
It'll
okay.
probably take me a few minutes to figure it out.
Okay, and we can always make it an attachment to the minutes so that people can see that
Okay.
with the minutes as well. And they can go into, log in and see the packet. Any questions or discussion?
I guess I'm just curious where commissioners are at with the project. Like, do you have hesitations? Do you have doubts? We have Leaf here if he wants to give any input, and other members who have sat in, but, I mean, I feel like we've kind of round and round and
Yeah.
round and round and round and round, and so we just gotta do it. But I do wanna know if there are
No.
some concerns, or like,
No.
okay, well.
No.
And speaking of Chief Deputy Lundy, I just want to thank him for being here all morning. I didn't realize that our discussions were going to take this long, but it was important for somebody from the sheriff's office to be here to talk about any operational questions that might have come up. So thank you for being here.
Very welcome.
Any comments that you'd like to share with our group?
My instructions were to be here and answer your questions if you had any, so
Okay,
that's my thought.
all right, thanks.
Do you think this is a good idea? There you go, that's your question. Do you want this?
What's that?
Do you think this whole plan is a good idea?
My duties have not had a lot of involvement in this plan. I'm relying on Sheriff Eliason for this, so to be honest with you, I'm not familiar with what you're looking at. I'm simply here to answer your questions.
Okay. Well, I'm feeling comfortable. I so appreciate that we've gone through a very lengthy process from a point in time where we were looking at a judicial center. We looked at so much information. Those costs came back, and we were uncomfortable with that. And we've taken a new approach. And these are needs in our community that have been put off for a long period of time. I'm very supportive of making these changes to our law enforcement center. And in terms of constituents who have spoken to me over a long period of time, there is support in the community for this. It's very different from the way it was a number of years ago. Other comments?
I guess I'll just share the thoughts I have is, okay, so this is, $7.6 million-ish. And that's a lot of money. I think about Carlton County's $80 million project, so it's not that kind of money. It's certainly not that kind of scale either. We don't have the same dynamics in our community as they do in Carlton County. I do think also when we're putting this kind of money forward, is this accomplishing what we need to accomplish for the near future or the distant future even? And so past capital improvement plans have really stuttered and stalled and died on the addition of jail space and having cells that can hold for longer. And there's a whole nother level of programming with that. And in the past, my understanding is we really needed to do that just because of transport costs and both the dollars as well as the staffing with that. And I carried that assumption until I think it was when our past judge, Judge Kuzo, kind of informed me, like, actually, the way the laws have changed since COVID is you don't need that now. And I was like, oh, okay, well, then let's make sure we're doing the best we can with what we need to do, and hopefully those laws don't change back and we'll get stuck. But everything that BKV has brought forward, I think, is really well thought out, and and I appreciate the flexibility and working with staff to get things dialed in, and going back to the drawing board multiple times. It's just really appreciated. So I think we're in a good place to move forward, and I think incorporating this into our financial management plan is another important part that has been done, and seeing how things fit, and then we can take things step by step moving forward too.
Other comments? Commissioner Storley.
When we go to Association of Minnesota Counties for our big meeting, usually we'll have quite an array of vendors who are there, and one of them is from the state, talking about jails. In the future, if the state would ever say to us, you no longer need or will transport out 72 hours, you'll become a standing jail, the encouragement is, oh, well, when would this happen? He doesn't know. But that could be in the books. There's very few counties that have the situation that we have with transporting out within a few hours. That would be the only consideration for looking at the jail cells, men and women, and it would be quite complicated, but we don't know that. So, I mean, this has been a conversation since time immemorial, 2015 when I came on board. So I think we have the info, we have the drawings, and I think we'll, at this point, need to consider moving forward and discussing it.
Is that a motion?
You can take that as a motion.
All right, we have a motion. Is there support?
I'll support that.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion?
Can you clarify the motion one more time?
Okay, so the motion is to accept the BKV Group's architectural services for the Law Enforcement Center addition. Any further discussion?
Oh, yeah, I guess just to that, if that does change, I think there is room on the plan to then do whatever jail things we need to do. And that's really not the focus of this plan right now. This is more of for our law enforcement officers and for emergency management, and just those operational things. But if those laws change, because I had the same exact hesitancy thought, like, are we doing what we need to? And right now we are, and they can change laws, and then we can adjust. And there would be room for that. They're not mutually exclusive, is what I'm trying to say. So it's good. I appreciate that thinking, that line of thought.
Administrator Year.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It makes me nervous when we start talking, even using the word jail, when we're talking about this proposal, because I just want to make really clear for anybody listening, this proposed addition does not include any new jail space. Got to be really, really clear about that. It's addressing other needs that I think there's really strong agreement among the board and among residents. This is space that we need to add to make that facility safer and operate more efficiently. It does not include jail cells. No jail. That's good.
Glad we have that clarification. Any other comments or questions?
No, but I bet they're sitting there wondering what the story is behind that, and we're never telling.
Is it kind of like saying bomb in the airport?
Yeah.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
So much for your work.
Thank you.
And thanks for all the time you've spent with us, not only this morning, but throughout the last few months.
Well, you're going to see a little more of us, and we're happy to help in your next process for the other part of the study, and we'll quickly develop our schedule here to get this thing going right away, and we appreciate all the work with you. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to leave so I can catch my plane.
There you go. All right. Thanks much.
Thanks.
Have a good day. All right, we're going to move forward with item number 8, which is our Highway Department. Matt is here with us. It's still morning. We got 4 more minutes.
Last thing before lunch here.
There you go.
Good morning, Commissioners. Yeah, I hope I'm the right person sitting here.
The reason I say that is because some of this process had already happened before I joined the highway department, and that is CRRSA funds, CRRSAA, the COVID Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2020. Some of that money has already been spent on different projects. Some of it was saved because Engineer Haas was able to actually get other funding sources. So this is sort of the remaining piece of funding that we have available to us. Our accountant let me know that this was available, let's say 6 months ago, maybe, not quite, 4 to 6 months. And in that intervening time, we've been able to, do some needs assessment within our department and determine, okay, what could this money be spent on in a way that's really productive? And one of the things that's come up is just how difficult it is to change tandem tires, and how much of that we do and how much it kind of costs the staff, both just in bodily harm. But also I think about it as retention, so how can we make our environment one that somebody wants to work in? Like, let's say our mechanic, he's got the right tools to do the job. Can we keep him or her longer in that job? So I think of this both as like just tools we can use going forward, but then also staff retention. So that's how we came to the tire changer as being a good use of this funding. It's not in our current inventory. It's not in our replacement schedule. This is something new. That's why I feel like funding, like a one-time funding source like this, is a good way of making that kind of change for our staff and our department. There is some remaining funding available. We want to put that towards some other projects that might otherwise impact the levee, being that salt sand shed that we've discussed at length. That funding to fix that is actually applicable, just has to be spent before September 30th, which is the federal fiscal year end. And then as well as we had a project that we were able to pull off yet this fall in the form of grinding up the first 1,000 feet of County Road 60, which was in very bad shape. And we've heard a lot from the public about how that would impact them. So that's, anyway, long story short, that's what we could use that other funding for. And this is the remaining piece that I'd love to order yet even this afternoon if possible. So I'd entertain any questions.
Any questions for Matt?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the purchase of a tire changer with the CRRSA funds.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Is there support? I'll support. Any further discussion?
Cool. So now we'll put this in the equipment schedule? Yes, and I would anticipate a 20 to 25 year replacement.
There you go. All right. Any further discussion or questions? If not, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thanks.
You have work to do this afternoon, something to order.
Click. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
All right, we'll move on to MIS, our Management Information System, and Rowan Watkins is here with us this afternoon. It just turned noon.
Morning, everyone.
Hi, Rowan.
Hi there.
Madam Chair, members of the board, today we have 3 requests for you. The first is the purchase of a Dell PowerEdge server. And this is a new requirement from the FBI through their Criminal Justice Information Services, or CJIS. Per the CJIS Security Policy 5.95, agencies that access CJIS data, which we do, our Sheriff's Office and Attorney's Office do that regularly, must now have audit and event logging capabilities. There's a 471-page document that includes all these details that I did not include in the board packet, out of respect for the rest of the board packet.
Thank you.
Happy to provide that if you'd like to do some light reading. But it is To meet these requirements, we now need dedicated software and hardware. And so the logging software has been added to the MIS 2025 budget request, and this request is for the hardware that will run that logging software and store the logs as required by the FBI CJIS security policy. And so to put into context for the cost here, for the last several years, the MIS department has been working on what we've called server consolidation by leveraging cloud storage. And so currently, the MIS department capital budget request includes funding to replace 2 storage area network servers, or SANs, and those run at about $15,000 per unit on a 5-year replacement schedule. And we have 5 host servers at $5,800 per unit, again on a 5-year replacement schedule. The 2026 MIS capital request will see a reduction in $19,500 in budgeted equipment as we move to 3 hosts, so from 5 to 3 hosts at a different rate of $6,000 per unit, 1 SAN for $15,000, and another SAN, smaller SAN, because of the less amount of data that we store here locally at a price of $6,500 per unit as a result of this server consolidation and leveraging cloud storage. The Dell PowerEdge server request in this agenda item will add an increase of $20,200 in budgeted equipment to the MIS capital request in 2026. All of this equipment, they're all servers, they all are on a 5-year replacement schedule. And so just to try to keep it apples to apples, why I reference that is because I had intended to submit in our 2026 budget narrative a decrease in our capital request of $19,500. But this would be a mandate from the state and federal agencies to allow us to access this, to purchase this. So with all that said, the result for our 2026 capital budget request will be a net increase of $700. So instead of me getting to come and say, look at how much money we saved and what a good job we did, it's a wash. And so
We'll still save the money.
yes.
Yeah.
Our budget won't go down though,
Yeah.
unfortunately. So that's the summary that I have. I would stand for any questions on the requirement or the hardware or the software details that I can provide to help.
Any questions that commissioners have? Commissioner Mills?
So they won't allow for cloud storage for the CJIS?
They don't. It's a great question, and it was actually something we really went over for a long time, trying to get a good answer out of the BCA and our representatives there. The short of it is that unless it's kind of your business model, like you're an Axon or a PBK or one of these companies that really specializes in serving those agencies, this is more of a general purpose company, and it's just not worth the expense to them to jump through the hoops to meet that requirement. It's a lot of physical requirements. A great example we got from the BCA actually was an antivirus or an endpoint detection company, CrowdStrike. They had to background 1,400 employees and regularly just to do that, just to be able to meet some of that requirement. And so a lot of other companies just aren't willing to do that.
Yep.
So
Interesting.
we wanted it to be,
Yep.
but we have to buy the server and keep it here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the request to purchase the Dell PowerEdge R660 XS server at the cost of $20,161.84.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Is there support?
Support.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. We have a motion and support. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item, security camera policy. So in the agenda packet, the draft policy was created in partnership with Cook County stakeholders, including the Cook County Sheriff's Office, County Attorney, Emergency Management, Admin, as well as the county board representation to the security committee, as well as stakeholders from the court. So the security committee, also with representation from Cook County and the courts, has approved this draft policy. And the need to update the policy originated from technical changes following the replacement and consolidation of multiple systems. So that's our access control, our duress buttons, our cameras have all turned into one system now. It also provided an opportunity to update the policy to reflect best practices, including minimal required access, separate approval processes for access to live and recorded video from both judicial and non-judicial areas. And overall, just better support the purpose of the system, which is to help ensure security and safety of employees, the public, county property, while respecting privacy rights.
And I can say, just from being a part of that process on the security committee, great discussion. Everything that was discussed is included here in the draft that you see before you. Any other questions or comments?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the Cook County security camera policy.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Is there support? Support? Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. One more item.
Thank you. Last one. So this is our artificial intelligence policy. So as the use of artificial intelligence tools, such as OpenAI or ChatGPT, Microsoft Copilot, Google Gemini, become more commonplace, we want to provide education and guidance regarding the appropriate use of these tools for employees in their work duties. And really at the heart of the issue is how the majority of these tools collect the information that users put into them and how they use it. And so by contrast, I mentioned other government cloud tools that we leverage, such as Axon or PBK, also stored in the cloud, but they have really strict rules around how that data can be used. And these generative AI large language models don't have those rules. In fact, it's the opposite. What they say they do and what they do is collect everything that you put into them, analyze it, and essentially regurgitate it back out to other people. And so the heart of it is private and sensitive data, protected data, cannot be put into these tools. And then the other issue is accuracy. So unless you have the subject matter expert to validate that what is coming out of these is accurate, it's you run the risk of spreading misinformation. And so at the core of this policy, it provides definitions on what all those are, and it's really about following existing data practice laws, right? We can't share people's HIPAA information, we can't share people's criminal justice information. Those all exist. This is just a policy that kind of explains how these AI tools work and tries to educate staff on where it is and isn't appropriate to use them, as well as the piece about accuracy. And so my favorite part, or I think the core of this policy, is on page 4, and there's a flow chart, a decision and use-making flow chart. And it just kind of asks people to go through a thought process of, is this tool something that you're familiar with, and has it been approved? Can you, is this data acceptable for sharing in a public way? If it's not, it says no. If it is, then do you have the subject matter expertise to say whether it's accurate or not? If not, don't, and just guides people through the process. And that's, because it's being used more and more, we got a couple requests and questions from staff already using these tools. We felt it was appropriate to put something in place, and then also, of course, MIS is there to answer any questions staff might have.
I know as board members, we've had staff members who have talked about the use of AI and have dabbled in it, and think it's important for us to have a policy so we have guardrails. I also think it's very important that all of us get educated and have significant training in appropriate use of AI. And I know the Association of Minnesota Counties has provided opportunities, and I'm hopeful that we'll have opportunities here for our staff as well. Other comments, questions?
Rowan, do you know if is there anything in statute requiring someone to let you know whether AI is used in, when you say, like in a software product, I'm assuming?
Yeah, not existing yet. I think at this point, a lot of that is being captured under the privacy rules for software, the kind of the fine print that you click accept, I agree at the end, pages and pages of things like that. But I don't know that there's a statute currently that says they have to say that it is AI, and then, they have to say how they're using your data.
Of course, there's a form of AI that's been out for, it's kind of evolved into something called AI now. We've seen aspects of it.
Different, artificial intelligence, there's a definition in the policy. I think the one that we're focusing on and the one that gets a lot of attention is referred to as large language models, and that's where it's really collecting everything it can find on the internet, also collecting anything that you put into it, and then it works as almost a really fancy autocorrect, or where, have you seen where you're typing and it tries to guess your next word? It's like that, but really extended, right? So you type in a prompt, what is this? What is, how many people are on the Cook County Board of Commissioners? Well, it just scores the internet and finds and puts out what it thinks is the right answer. There's a lot of good and bad information that gets used. They have a lot of people that try to work on it and correct it, but that's part of, needing to have the subject matter experts to validate what comes out with it. And because they use it that way, they take it and then push it back out when somebody else asks a prompt. That's the concern with sharing private or protected data.
Any other questions or discussion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the Cook County Artificial Intelligence Policy.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Is there support?
I support.
Thank you, Commissioner Storley. We have a motion and support. Any additional questions or discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, we will return now to auditor powers. Item 10, we've dealt with items A and B, but we have item C, which is the purchase of an ES&S DS450 high throughput scanner and tabulator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you dealt with this 2 weeks ago, and I'm bringing it back because some misinformation.
Not as a result of AI, right?
No AI involved. No, just there was a revision in the contract that the person I dealt with at MNCCC wasn't aware of, and I was sent the old contract. The revised contract, discovered this through multiple emails with ES&S, MN, and MNCCC. So anyway, it's a significant enough different cost that I wanted to come back and see if you would approve it again at a higher cost. The total cost now is $61,515. So it will still be covered by all of the sources that I described. I had some leeway in those sources, including the $20,000 left in the security grants, the balance that we carry over in our election fund, the $5,000 in our capital budget, and the new voting operation technology resources account in 23 and 24. We have about $20,000 there. So that more than covered what I presented to you 2 weeks ago, and it will barely cover this. So
But I'm glad it covers it.
Yeah, so they described the changes were the supply chain problems that every manufacturer ran into after COVID, so the revision came in 2022 when those prices hit. I was very happy when I saw that first price. I was a little surprised, but it wasn't true.
All right, well. Any further discussion or questions? Not, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to purchase the ES&S DS450 high throughput scanner and tabulator.
Is there support?
I'll support that.
Thank you, Commissioner White. We have a motion and support. Any other discussion or questions? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 11, Administrator Yorkie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So item 11A is the approval of the Community Energy Transition Grant. This application was submitted by Teresa Baida, the former director of the EDA, before she left us, and I just want to take a moment to thank Teresa for her work on this and her work in general for the EDA. She, in the short time that she was here, did an excellent job for us, and this is one of the results of her work. It's a $1 million grant, $800,000 of which will be allocated toward the development of the transfer station that will be operated by North Shore Waste. That is a public-private partnership. The county is going to be the official owner of that facility as a result of the public funding that we've secured from the state. But the other $200,000 of this grant will go to the development of a strategic plan for the redevelopment of Taconite Harbor. A lot of work that needs to go on there and a lot of opportunities to redevelop that in a way that will be productive for the county and hopefully contribute to the county's economy. So thank you, Teresa, for your work on this, and the request today is for the board to approve the receipt of this funding.
Commissioner Storley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When this news first came out, and I didn't really get the drift of it, but I had some concerns, citizens asking me, how come you're putting the waste center down at Taconite Harbor? So it did not come out, and the Northern Waste. So I just want to clarify that. No, we're not putting the waste down there at Taconite Harbor. I believe it was reported that way on TV.
Okay.
So that's why people were concerned about, what are you doing?
Thanks
Little
for that
things like that, you know?
clarification.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else? I would entertain a motion to accept these funds.
Yep. Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the Community Energy Transition Grant contract with deed.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Is there support?
I'll support.
Thank you, Commissioner Starley. We have a motion and support. Any further questions or discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And again, thank you to Teresa Baida.
I'm very much looking forward to meeting her successor, sooner rather than later.
Thank you to Brady for stepping in as our authorized person for this grant. That will be temporary, we hope.
All right. Other updates?
Okay, other updates, I'm going to make it brief. As you met earlier, Brooke Lassard is on board. He's working part-time this week, but will transition to full-time next week, and I've already started kind of orienting him to the multitude of tasks that he's going to have to take on. So not just related to buildings, but also our fleet. There's, as I think I've mentioned before in these meetings, we have not really bought any new. We may have acquired one new vehicle in the time that I've been here, which is 4 years. But we have reached a point where vehicle utilization is becoming heavy enough that we are now realizing that we probably need to acquire more vehicles. However, we don't really have the data to illustrate for you what that need is. And so that's going to be one of the first things that I'm asking Brooke to get on, is to try to straighten out our record keeping on vehicles so that we can demonstrate what the need is and if necessary to move forward with vehicle purchases. I should mention too that the budget does have north of $100,000 in it for vehicle acquisition when we need to take that step, but I want to be able to demonstrate the need before I recommend that to the board. Other things, the roofing projects are ongoing. The community center is almost done. And I did talk to Mike Lafreniere about doing the Colville Town Hall. He's ready to do that. He has another job that he has to do in the interim. So it's going to get into October before he gets to that. But, again, it's really great that we're using a local contractor to do that work. From what I've seen, the quality of his work is very good. And so that's money that's staying in the community. And then also the roof on the museum is going to be starting very quickly. I've not had a chance to connect with Rhino Roofing, but they're going to be the contractor on that job. So in a nutshell, that's it. I guess I should mention too, we have a follow-up meeting, negotiation meeting with Cook County Employees Association tomorrow. We do have 2 of our 3 labor contracts ratified already. And are hoping to nail down the details of the CCEA contract tomorrow so that we can bring all 3 contracts to the board for approval. Those are going to be 2-year labor agreements. So there's a lot of other stuff I could talk about, but it's getting late. So.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to commissioner updates and start with Commissioner Johnson.
No, I guess I don't really have anything. Fun Highway meeting that I was at to discuss about that tire changer and the need for it. Of course, I pushed back a little bit, but okay.
All right, thank you.
I've just been hanging out with the architects and the negotiation groups. That's about it.
Thank you. Commissioner Mills.
I asked, so the Teresa Bida's exit interview was very powerful, and I asked her if I could share it, and of course it's personal, without permission, and she asked for some redactions, which were pretty minimal, but I respected them absolutely, and sent it back to her with those redactions, asking for permission to share. And so I got that permission. I sent it to James this morning to hopefully distribute to you all, as well as to Jason Hale, who is the current interim EDA director, as well as the HRA director. And I guess there were some themes in it that are similar to the other exit interview or interviews with the EDA director in the past, which I'm not as familiar with, but I'm trusting board members who have been there longer that there's some themes. And what it brings to my mind is just the independent solo silo working and just the benefits of working on a team. And this board not too long ago voted down the merger of the EDA HRA. Both the EDA board unanimously and the HRA board unanimously approved the merger, but then there was concerns at this board level, and I'm hoping that with the sharing of this information that there's going to be an openness to revisiting that. I can't bring that forward. I voted for merging, and that vote was lost, but the winning vote is able to bring that issue back forward. And so as the interview gets shared and there's time to digest it, I hope that that's under consideration by everyone, because I think it really is important for the health and benefit of our community, both on the housing front, because we have just one person doing all that work, as well as on the economic front, because we have had and currently don't have any really doing that work. And so just that team dynamic, that synergy, that support, all of it, I think, is just really important and needed. But otherwise, AMC has taken a fair amount of my headspace, and that's great. Interesting. I was able to sit in on a meeting that that the District 1 chairs hold as a substitute, and just really interesting hearing about what the other chairs are dealing with, whether it's lawsuits or jails or, which we don't have, or or levy increases. I guess Koochiching counties is 25% increase. And the read of the room was that's not atypical this year for all the different needs throughout the state. So I'm really curious to hear more about what other, no one else gave any numbers out, so, but I'm really curious to see where that lands with all the other counties, and particularly in our district, just to get a read on that. But a lot of it has to do with just the staff wages and retention, turnover, and then some of those capital needs too. So nothing that's just like way out there. It's stuff we can relate to and are also dealing with, but in a more, in a smoother way, in my opinion. So I feel like we're trying to get ahead and stay ahead of those jumps, and I think we're doing pretty good there. So of course, you can always do better, and that's what we're trying to do. But really appreciate the perspective from the other counties' leaderships. So also kind of what Commissioner White was saying about the cannabis ordinance stuff, other counties aren't quite in that position. So it's just interesting hearing about what other counties are thinking, and I think we'll hear more about that at the District 1 meeting, just where people are at. But otherwise, it's, the levy, housing, and childcare, it's kind of regular things for the other counties in our district. And actually, Carleton County is hoping to talk more about the land transfer to the bands. And Carleton County may be have the biggest impact with that, but it's something I'm not as familiar with, and the rest of the group didn't have as much feedback there, but it might get brought up at our district meeting. We'll see where that goes. They're going to dig in a little bit, so.
Perfect. Thank you. Commissioner Storley.
Thank you. Well, over the last 2 weeks, I've had a lot of meetings and a lot of miles, so I'll just bring up two meetings to inform you. One of them is, remember, Christy Kane came here as the interim director, and we're halfway there of approving her. The executive board approved her last week, and now we take it to the general commission. So I don't think there'll be any problems, so I'm really happy about that. And by invite, and maybe all of you received that too, to go to Giants Ridge and attend the IRRR report on their progress and what they've done over the years. And since I was passing by on my way to Virginia, I said, okay, I'll just swing up in there and attend that meeting last Thursday. It was Thursday, yeah. And it was a great event, lots of, people there, and good report from their staff. However, unfortunately, and when I sometime have a chance to communicate with Ida, the board was not introduced, and I felt like they're there in the front row, but I don't know who they are. So that was one thing I was disappointed in. But we had several folks get up and talk about IRRR and what they've done and what they're going to do, and Ida gave a very stimulating report about her progress as the first lady chair of IRRR. And then our phones went off, and we thought it was an Amber Alert, and it was actually a tornado heading up 53, which I had passed just an hour before. But anyway, second phone rang, and then it was okay. We're all right, because we were ready to take cover. We didn't know, But a couple of the fellas said, no, according to my phone, it's not going to reach this area. So we were good about that. So the next day after my meeting in Virginia, I stopped at IRRR, and they sent some gifts. So back there by the coffee pot are some glasses and some information from them. I just asked for a couple pamphlets, and that's what they sent. So help yourself on that. It was a great report, and I did want to personally thank Ida and the board, if I had met them, about working with us on the architectural plans for the waste. So she was very happy that they could work together on that for us.
Absolutely. Great. Well, thank you. I had an opportunity to be at the Cook County Planning Commission meeting, just to give an update. The preliminary plat for Phase 1 of Temperance Trails in Tofty was approved, and Phase 1 is the first 10 units, so just to kind of keep that housing piece in mind. Cook County Coalition of Lakes met, and Biz Clark provided a wonderful history of the work that group has done over the decades, so that was really a very nice event. Our HRA and Commissioner Johnson was there as well, met and talked a little bit about the progress on the Gunflint View, which everybody is seeing as they go by day after day. And the board voted to allow Jason Hale to continue in his interim responsibilities with the EDA until October 11th. So that is the date.
Allowed or compelled?
He will continue in his work till October 11th. And then we are in search of a District 3 representative with Mary Somnus's resignation from the HRA. And so Commissioner Mills, if you know of people that are in that district who are interested, please make sure to get them to fill out applications on our county website. Cook County Historical Society met, and they're in the throes of finalizing job descriptions for the executive director position. Katie Clark resigned a couple weeks ago, and so they are busy working on filling that position. Airport update, they've done a significant amount of brushing. I had a tour along the runways, and just many, many acres of brush that have been cleared to keep it safe and improve visibility for pilots. And then, as a reminder to all of you, their annual fly-in breakfast, sponsored by the Arrowhead Eagles, will be this Saturday, 7:30 a.m. until 11 at the airport. And O'Day, which is a company that is working with the airport, will be out this week to look at their fuel station. The MPCA had some concerns about the fuel station, and so O'Day is coming this week. I believe it's tomorrow that they will be here to look at that. And last update is from our safety committee. Jana worked very hard on this. I want to give her some recognition for setting up some virtual ergonomics training for our staff. Very valuable. That was held recently. I believe we had 15 staff members that participated. And then we have our active shooter training coming up this Thursday. The courthouse will be closing early. A reminder to the public that the courthouse will close on that day at 3:00 p.m. from 3 to 4. And also as part of the safety committee, we talked a little bit about a vaccine clinic that's going to be offered, and that will be coming up in October. And with that, that is all of my reports. We have our sales tax comparison through July. And with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Storley. Is there support?
Support.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. We have a motion of support. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Ask you a question?
Yes. Well, I'm going to ask you one first.
Okay.
For Gunflint View.
Yeah.
So just a minute.